Good afternoon to all of you. Good morning to all of you.
Welcome to the second day of the World Digital Mining Summit 2021. We hope you had a wonderful time last night here on the Palm. In fact, I heard a lot of you had maybe a bit too much fun, but we're not going to press you on the details. We're going to move swiftly on. On behalf of Bitmain, I would like to thank you for being here with us today, whether you're here with us in person, having traveled a long way, or whether you're joining us via live stream across many different time zones. So thank you. Our agenda today will involve more speakers from various countries across the world. And before the end of the event, WDMS has prepared a special panel of experts to discuss the adoption of green energy into the digital currency mining industry. So stay tuned for that really interesting panel discussion. And so, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our first speech of the day, I would like to call on this development manager who will be talking about the Antminer Maintenance Training Center, enabling more people to learn miner maintenance. Please put your hands together and warmly welcome to the stage Mr. Adam Delderfield.
大家好，我的名字是 Adam Delderfield， 中文名字叫亚当。下面我将为大家介绍比特大陆蚂蚁矿机维护培训中心。
And I will introduce the mining.
I'm Delderfield, and today I have the pleasure of introducing to you the Antminer Maintenance Training Center, AMTC. This official institute is enabling more people to learn miner maintenance. Consider this. You have received your Antminers. Now, what are your chief concerns? 1, the operation of those machines. 2, their maintenance and repair. We must be aware of the location and operating condition of the machines. We must be aware of fluctuations in computing power and whether machines go offline. Should a machine fail, perish the thought, we must efficiently and quickly repair it and get it back in the action. Being able to properly operate and maintain a mining facility is an extremely important and valuable skill set. Those who have learnt to operate miners will be able to save on operations, prevent the loss of miners, avoid safety hazards, and reduce the loss of revenue. When those professionals are also able to maintain and repair the machines, they can save money on repairs, save time on repairs, further reduce revenue loss, increase employment competitiveness, and save on logistics. At the end of the day, time is money for miners. Proper training leads to effective miner operation and minimal downtime. To capture the full value of these machines, it's important that professionals have access to the highest quality education and hands-on training. Enter the Antminer Maintenance Training Center. The AMTC fills that role. It is dedicated to training the professionals who will ensure that your mining facilities reach their full potential. Here, we can see a brief history of the Antminer Maintenance Training Center. Bitmain itself was founded in 2013. Even back then, Bitmain took steps to provide people with product knowledge. Bitmain has always known that if they help people understand Antminers, they can help create a large and positive mining community. When I look out at all of you here today, that is precisely what I see. In 2017, Bitmain Support launched the Key Customer Maintenance Training Service, a predecessor to today's AMTC. From 2017 to 2019, nearly 30 training programs were hosted, resulting in more than 600 well-qualified maintenance personnel. That success led to another proto-AMTC, this time called the Ant Training Academy, ATA for short. It was at this point that Bitmain officially recognized the Antminer maintenance training brand and focused on greatly expanding its services. In 2019, ATA held the first overseas training course in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States of America. In 2020, COVID-19 created a unique set of challenges for the Antminer training programs. ATA successfully responded by launching more online courses. This allowed ATA to continue to meet the needs of mining professionals and the global community. And now, in 2021, ATA has changed into the AMTC, Antminer Maintenance Training Center. There are now multiple training centers throughout the United States, focusing on both operations and maintenance. Since the beginning of this year, more than 400 people have been trained globally. As we move forward, AMTC will continue to establish more training centers in more countries, including Canada, Kazakhstan, Russia, and beyond. Together, we can establish a strong and sustainable environment for professional Antminer operators. We welcome partners from all over the world to cooperate with us in achieving this goal. AMTC is truly the leader in this field. AMTC is an official Bitmain brand. Therefore, it is able to draw upon people with many years of experience and accumulated knowledge. AMTC is the only official Bitmain training institute for the Antminer. Successful graduates from our AMTC programs will receive official certification. AMTC is also the earliest and most mature Antminer platform. Ultimately, AMTC is the place to go for those who wish to develop the necessary skill set for the operation and maintenance of miners, and to be certified to that fact. In order to carry out its mission, AMTC has developed detailed and practical coursework. In terms of operations training, AMTC teaches the full range of skills necessary for day-to-day operation of a mining facility. Please note, not only do participants learn the general theory of operations, they also obtain valuable hands-on experience via an operations internship. Thanks to this approach, people who graduate from AMTC have both an academic and practical understanding of mining operations. This focus on both knowledge and experience is also present in the AMTC maintenance coursework, a separate set of courses. AMTC teaches the foundation of welding and fault analysis, and also helps participants explore a large number of practical issues and operations. Whenever possible, AMTC merges the general theory with its practical application. Graduates are able to hit the ground running. They also have a deeper understanding of the subject matter, which enables them to also analyze and respond to new situations. Here we have a detailed breakdown of the coursework. As indicated, operations and maintenance training are separate courses. I would like to take a moment to point out some of the crucial details here. The operations program is 7 days long. The maintenance program, 14 days. Both are on-site programs in the United States, and as we'll see in the next slide, we have different locations throughout the country. For the maintenance program, we also have a training site in Shenzhen, China, and we provide online classes whenever necessary. Please note there are also some requirements for potential applicants. For both the operations program and the maintenance program, AMTC expects that applicants will have a base level of familiarity with mining and mining facilities. However, experience with welding is not required. Participants may be taught that skill during the maintenance coursework. As you can see here, we have the locations in the United States. The red barns signify operations, and the spanner and screwdriver represent maintenance. You can see that both of our courses are held in Colorado and in Texas. We also have operations in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and we have the maintenance in West Virginia and in Atlanta, Georgia. As noted earlier, AMTC is expanding globally too, and is eager to hear from potential partners. At this point in 2021, AMTC has hosted at least 34 training sessions worldwide with over 400 participants. This chart shows the upcoming AMTC training schedule for November and December. As you can see, we're offering on-site courses in the United States and China, and we are offering online courses in both English and in Chinese. In fact, an online training course just began in maintenance on the 3rd of November in Chinese. Monday saw the beginning of an on-site course in Shenzhen, and on November 15th, an operations training course will be hosted in Texas, United States. Here you can see some of our graduates. After successfully completing the coursework and passing an AMTC assessment, participants obtain a certificate of completion. This official certificate is the global standard for recognizing a professional's Antminer operation and maintenance ability. You can see the sample certificate of completion on the screen, issued by the Antminer Maintenance Training Center. The certificate provides everyone a way to confirm that the individual successfully graduated and is qualified in the operation and maintenance of Antminers. Before I end this speech, let me share a simple observation with you. Where there is a mining facility, there are Antminers. Where there are Antminers, there are operations and maintenance personnel. AMTC offers training so that your Antminers are properly protected. At the end of the day, miners need people to operate them and to maintain them. If this relationship is to be successful, the people need to develop a particular skill set and knowledge base. AMTC is dedicated to that task. It offers the most professional and thorough training programs. AMTC graduates can use their new skill set and abilities and knowledge to help mining facilities achieve their full potential. There are many ways to learn more about the Antminer Maintenance Training Center. Our website is located at training.bitmain.com. Our Facebook or Meta is at bitmainamtc. Telegram is at amtc_support. And you can always email us at training@bitmain.com. Finally, I thank you all for listening to this presentation, and I invite all of you to stop by our booth to continue this conversation. 感谢大家的聆听，欢迎大家到我们的参加现场活动、咨询课程或者洽谈合作。蚂蚁矿机维护培训中心期待你的加入。
Thank you very much, Mr. Adam Dellerfield. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Adam's colleague over at Bitmain. He is Business Development Manager as well. Please warmly welcome Arthur Song.
Hello everyone, good morning, I'm Arthur Song. You can just call me Mr. Song because my Chinese first name is just the same with the English word Song. These days I come here, all the people think that I'm a singer or rocker. We have previously shared the Antminer Maintenance Training Center. Let me introduce you to Sentry. As its name suggests, Sentry, as the sentinel of Antminers, will provide our customers with a series of mining services, including data dictation, protection, operation, maintenance, and management. Now let's begin. My sharing is divided into 3 parts. First, what is Sentry? Second, why to use Sentry? Third, how to get Sentry. Let's take a look at the first part. What is Sentry? Sentry is a mining farm automated operation and maintenance management platform officially produced by Bitmain, centering on miner monitoring operation and maintenance services. Sentry provides Antminer customers with integrated services covering the whole process of mining management to solve their worries. Sentry is your perfect mining assistant. Now that we know what Sentry is, you may want to ask what value does it can actually bring to you, why to use Sentry. Of course, there may be different answers to this question. If you are a miner, what concerns you most must be your revenue or the safety of hash rate. If you are an operation and a maintenance staff, what concerns you the most may be how to quickly judge the problems of the miners and deal with them. If you are an operation and a maintenance manager, what concerns you the most may be how to improve the efficiency and how to improve the index of your miners. Aiming at your most concerned problems would provide a complete set of solution. Antminer, Sentry. For miners, the biggest concern must be the safety of hash rate. Firstly, Sentry provide active defense and alarm functions. Sentry can automatically or manually change the password of miners periodically. In normal circumstances, the password is encrypted to prevent losses caused by some intrusion into the backstage of the miners. If operation and maintenance personnel need the password, they can obtain the password automatically through their mobile phones, and Sentry can record the engineering and the time of obtaining of the password truthfully. At the same time, if the mining form is changed, Sentry will immediately alarm and notify relevant personnel to further check and deal with it, as long as it is not in the whitelist of the mining pool. Secondly, Sentry can check the difference between the hash rate of the pool and the monitoring hash rate at any time. If the difference between them is too large, there may be a problem which needs to be further checked and proceeded. But how to check? You can open Sentry and check the mining pool modification to see if the mining pool is abnormally modified. Sentry will truthfully record information and modification time and the operator before and after each modification of the mining pool. After checking the mining pool, you can check whether the miner has other abnormal operations, and Sentry will truthfully record the operating information. You can check who operated, when, and what the specific operation type is. By checking above, I believe that you have been able to find the cause of the problems, and Sentry always put the safety of hash rate in the first place, never waste every bit of hash rate. Then let's see if you are a frontline. Then let's see if you are a frontline operation and maintenance personnel, and Sentry is your most effective assistant. It can maximize operation and maintenance efficiency and reduce operation and maintenance costs. First of all, when the miner is disconnected or hash rate is reduced, Sentry will alarm you in the first time to inform you of the abnormal situation. You can open Sentry and the system will automatically identify the fault type and the quantity of the broken miners. You can also open the shield view to clearly see the specific storage location of the miners and other information. You can screen the types of miners faults, restart the miners in batch, or go to the site for investigation and treatment. When you need to go to the site of treatment, Sentry can help you turn on the locating light of the miners to help you find it quickly. If there is no one to deal during the night shift, when the Sentry identifies the unqualified or zero hash rate of the miners, it can also help you to automatically restart the miners to maximize the efficiency and reduce costs. Of course, Sentry can do much more than that. You can leave all the configuration, firmware updates, customer management, and reciting of miners to Sentry. You can leave the repetitive tasks to us so that you can spend your precious time on more important things. At the same time, in order to enable customers to view, operate, and maintenance data anytime and anywhere, we also launched the Sentry mobile web version on the basis of computer web version. You can go to mobileandSentry.com, register an account, and experience through the web mobile version. You can check some core data like online rate, qualified rate, and hash rate. You can also perform some easy operations without downloading any app. Only logging into the website, you can enjoy our view services on any device with more screens together, which makes remote management much more convenient. By talking about how Sentry can reduce cost and increase efficiency, we're not just saying, but with real cases and services. Let's look at some numbers. What can you think of when you look at the numbers above? Here, 10,000 means 10,000 S19 series miners. 99.9% means that the qualified rate of miners reaches 99.9%. 2 means that we only need to qualified operation and maintenance personnel to do the operation and the maintenance job on site continuously. This is not only a practical case of mining operation and maintenance, but also the Antminer operation and maintenance service that we launched for the market. Our professional operation and maintenance team with Sentry system can achieve the above goals. Sentry and the operation and the maintenance service merely have several advantages. Established in 2014 with 7 years of industrial experience, 200 operation and the maintenance engineers throughout the world, management system including 7 operation and maintenance standards, 10 SOPs, and the 30 management regulations. Operated more than 50 mining centers and 600,000 miners in total. The service area covers China, North America, Europe, and Central Asia. If you need operation and maintenance services, you are always welcome to contact us. We mentioned hash rate safety, lower cost, and higher efficiency. Some of you may ask, as a manager, I have multi-farms with a large numbers of machines to manage. How to improve my management and increase revenue? This across the high-level functions of Sentry, which can not only monitor and operate miners, but also can help you to improve your management level and increase profits. Sentry can automatically organize standardized data reports for you with more than 8 years of mining management experience and nearly 1 million miner operation and maintenance experience. We have summarized the standardized data reports. You can customize the data, customize the date. The system will automatically summarize the data. You can master key data such as the qualified rate of miners, difference in hash rate, difference in revenue, and the proportion of electricity charges every day. And it supports the statistics of customer dimensions so that you can analyze the operation of massive miners in one table, providing data for your further analysis, improving management level, thus increase revenue. And Sentry can also calculate revenue and cost for you from farms and subcons in a multi-dimensional manner, allowing you to make the wisest decisions, especially when Bitcoin price fluctuate dramatically or the electricity charge change. According to the introduction above, Sentry has 6 advantages. Fast installation, real-time monitoring. Just one click to install the client, create farm in the cloud, and configure IP segment scanning. Miners monitoring can be realized. It is very convenient and fast. Rich data monitoring, alarm, and automatic operation. It can free human resources, standardize the data reports, which can help you to improve management, make an outstanding achievement. Hash rate income crystal clear. Dimensional income, cost display, and comparison. We pay attention to what you care about most to be your most truthful mining assistant. Excellent experience, integrated service, global deployment of network nodes, multi-language selection in Chinese, English, and Russian. Supports the whole series of products, providing integrated services. Safe, assured, reliable. Officially produced by Antbrand network transmission using multiple encryption technologies and has been used in several miners online with product safety, stability, and high accuracy. Free. Farms of any size are free to use, and more surprising features would be launched in the future. After sharing, I believe you must very looking forward to such a great management platform, but which channel can be used? It's very easy to get Sentry. It takes only 3 steps. The first, register an account, log into the official website of nsentry.com and follow instructions to register an account. Login trial. After logging, you can try Sentry and get familiar with the functions. Get the Sentry client and use. Download the Sentry client according with the guidance of the website. Install the client on a laptop or other terminal. Log into your account and you can use all functions. Please refer to the official website of Sentry for details on how to use client. At present, Sentry has been used in many farms in North America, Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and other regions. The user experience is extremely good and has become a relatively measured farm automated operation and the maintenance manager platform. In the future, we will continue to launch more surprising functions such as maintenance management and asset management and continue to improve more so as to provide our customers with integrated service covering the whole process of mining management. In the end, remember, Sentry is a perfect mining assistant. Thank you for listening.
quite a heavy box, but that's all right, got it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are celebrating the second day of WDMS by having another special lucky draw segment by Bitfufu. And if you were here yesterday, today's follows a similar pattern. Mr. Arthur will be drawing winners' names out of the box, and if your name is called, please make your way to the BitMain stand in the pre-function area to register your details and claim your prize. The 10 following names will each win a Bitcoin mining plan value of $4,000. Shall we draw some names? This is the fun part. All right. I will let you do the honors. Sorry, one second.
Just pick up the tickets, right?
Yes. There you go. Take your pick. And I do apologize in advance, by the way, if I mispronounce your name. I will try my best to get it correct. Okay, the first winner of the $4,000 value prize is Drumil Mehla from Perfect Technology. Congratulations. Second winner. All right. Second winner is Jassim Al-Abdouli from SCS in the UAE. Congratulations, Mr. Jassim. Next one, third prize. You want me to pick some? All right, next one, I'll do that.
It's quite inferior to the person's the tickets.
Go on.
Should I announce the
Yes, if you'd like to do that off the mic.
Zhang Yiwei. It's a Chinese name.
All right, congratulations. Shall I try?
Okay, you can try.
And the winner is Bakir Khalil from United Crypto. Congratulations. All right, fifth winner, please, Mr. Song.
Carter.
All right. I believe the name is Carter Livo from Canary Tech, possibly from the UAE. All right, so that's the first 5 winners of the 4,000 value prize called, shall I?
Yeah, do it.
Oh!
What is that? It's not a Chinese name, I guess.
Oh, it's not, okay. So I believe the name is Chin Chin, from Chin,
Ching Ching.
from company called Chin. I'm not sure if someone's
I guess it's not
taking a
English name
joke
and
or
not a
not, but
Chinese
they
name.
won. So please go ahead.
Zhou Haiyun. Chinese name.
Congratulations.
From China. What? From Bitmain. Should be my colleague.
Oh! If this weren't random, we'd have accusations, but it's completely random. All right, here we go.
It's a Chinese name?
No, it's,
Okay.
I believe the name is Christian Regani from Intentech USA. Congratulations. All right, so we have the 2 final winners of the 4,000 value prize. Please go ahead, Mr. Arthur.
Okay.
2 more left. Yes. All right. This is really testing my skills as a presenter. Mirzokid Rakhmatov. Congratulations, and this is from Meraki Consultancy. Congratulations. And the final winner of the $4,000 value is Mr. Song. Please do the honors. Similar to my name at least. All right, Mr. Samir Al-Andari from Stitch Chain. Congratulations. And so that brings us to the 10 winners of the $4,000 value prize. And now for the second and first place prize, excuse me, Mr. Song, if your name is called, please make your way to the stage for the photo op and to claim your prize. So the second prize, we're going to draw 3 names to win Bitcoin mining plan value of $8,000. So, Mr. Song, would you like to collect the first name that will win the second prize? All right, so the first winner of the $8,000 prize is Hani Sheikh Mohammed Abu Agla from Al Madani Company. Congratulations, Mr. Hani. If you are here, please come on stage, and please can we have a round of applause as well. مش هون؟ تفضل ايه ده؟ حضرتك مستر هاني؟ ايه تفضل لو سمحت على المسرح. أو إذا ما بدك الهدية ما تيجي. هاني الشيخ محمد أبو عقلة.
No, my name is Hani, but not Sheikh Muhammad Abdullah. So.
يلا ما عليه. Next time. Thank you very much. The first name was right. All right. So Mr. Hani is not here, so we should call the second name for the second prize. The second name for the second prize. The second name is Jassim Al-Abdouli from SCS. Is he here? No, not yet. All right. The final winner of the second prize, value of $8,000. Please do the honors. He's here. Okay, excellent. تفضل لو سمحت. ايه. Would you like to take the picture right here? السلام عليكم. تفضل. وممكن أسألك لو سمحت بس تضلك على المسرح. شكرا كتير. So, the third winner of the second prize is Art Balakin from Olymp Capital. Is Mr. Art here? No, not quite yet. So we shall leave that aside and he can claim his prize. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the first prize of this morning's draw. Ah, he is here. Please come on up here, please. Yes. So the name of the second prize winner is Art Balakin. No. Okay, we'll carry on. Right. Ah, yes. Hello, he's waving, so he's here. Thank you for being here. Would you like to take a photo, please?
Congratulations, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you could please step to the side there. Thank you very much. And now, once again, the first prize of the lucky draw of the morning is a Bitcoin mining plan, value of $20,000. So big prize. And have we pulled out the winner yet? Oh my, okay, that's a big responsibility. Lucky guy or lucky? Oh, so the winner is Yahiraj Nick Sheth. Yay, we have a winner! Congratulations! Congratulations! And if you could please have a group photo, Mr. Song as well, if you'd like to join them for the group photo. Thank you, Bitfufu, and congratulations once again to all our winners for this morning. And if you haven't won yet, there's still time because we will be having another draw later in the day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage founder and CEO of Dalma Capital Management Limited, Mr. Zachary Chefarati. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm going to be discussing with you what many of you know is my favorite topic, financing Bitcoin mining. So again, there are a number of miner strategies, a number of needs that you have. This is an increasingly capital-intensive business. If you're a miner, you're in an arms race right now against other miners to have access to machines, to have access to infrastructure, and ultimately what's going to be guiding your access is going to be your access to capital. So there are a number of ways to access capital: private debt, public debt, private equity, public equity. Each have different costs, each have different confidentiality, different speed, and there's no real one-size-fits-all. But dynamics are changing rapidly with more and more sources of capital coming available. Part of our thesis as an investment bank and asset manager is that the cost of capital will come down very significantly for the mining industry, which is good for you, good for your business, particularly if you're one of those organizations that is leading the reduction in the cost of capital with your investor base. One of the dynamics that we see improving the access to capital is an increasing interest from the private debt market to finance miners. Now, when we talk about private debt, we're typically talking about firms like private equity funds, private debt funds that provide typically corporate financing structures to companies. These are not your machine miner financing that you may think of. These can be lower cost of capital. In terms of speed, these are typically bespoke structures, so they're not the fastest, but they're not necessarily the slowest because they don't require any sort of regulatory approval. Some of the drawbacks is that well, a benefit can be actually a relatively high LTV. some cases, and in most cases right now, these are collateralized, but we are seeing the opportunity for more and more miners to be able to finance via unsecured structures. There's about $3 trillion of assets sitting in various private debt funds around the world. I think that number is going to be getting to $3.5–4 trillion over the not too distant future as we remain in a relatively low rate environment in the macro background. So most likely we're going to be seeing those organizations searching for more yield and providing more capital to the industry. Majority of private debt funds are in the United States and will be much more comfortable financing U.S. miners, but we have seen a number of private debt funds looking at miners in other jurisdictions outside of the U.S. One other challenge with private debt funds is because they are typically quite institutional, they will have a minimum ticket size for it to make sense. They probably are not going to want to have discussions around any deal size less than probably $100 million is what we've seen thus far, which for some miners may be out of reach. But as, again, miners become increasingly institutionalized, these deals will start becoming more and more prevalent. In some cases also, again, these tend to be low, these will be lower and potentially significantly lower rate than the typical machine financing that many of you are seeing or have engaged with in the past. They can be longer tenor, so we're looking at notes that can be 4, 5, 6, 7 years. But they may involve some convertibility, particularly where you're willing to offer better convertibility terms in exchange for reduced headline interest rates. That will actually ultimately result in most likely a higher cost of capital in the long term, but it reduces risk. There are always trade-offs in these financings that you'll have to deal with. And again, if you ever need advice, we're the guys to speak to. Again, another common financing structure is secured collateralized lending against your Bitcoin holdings. I won't spend much time on this because I'm sure everyone in the room is quite familiar with this space. It's a relatively cheaper cost of capital. You're probably going to be getting lower LTVs. You may be offered higher LTVs, but whether you want to take them and face the risk of a margin call in a correction or in a downturn is really up to your risk appetite. Most likely, you're probably not going to want to raise high loan to values, but you will be able to get cheaper cost of capital, in some cases going down into the single digits, even the mid-single digits. So that we see becoming increasingly prevalent. We're starting to even see banks participate in these types of lending structures. The most common financing that you'll all be familiar with is financing your machine orders or financing your existing machines. These are collateralized structures where you're working with a counterparty that is helping you finance purchases of machines or finance machines that you have and then are offering up as collateral. Some of the benefits is you can get relatively high LTVs, particularly where where you're willing to take and pay higher interest rates. If you have a very low cost of power, we would always advise to go for higher LTVs and to be willing to pay higher interest. You're generating return on assets now of, depending on the pricing you're getting for your machines, easily 50% plus, in some cases 100% plus. So if you're able to lever that 5 or 10 times, then it doesn't really matter if you're paying very high interest when you look at it on a return on equity perspective, and ultimately your shareholders are concerned with the return on equity. So, but of course this, will depend on your risk appetite. Ultimately, you'll understand that a lender does not want to enforce their collateral against you. So in event of a crypto winter, most likely you're going to be able to work something out. So we look to advise clients on going for the higher LTV structures and with slightly more expensive money to boost that ROE. But certainly for those that are more risk averse or have higher cost of power and may be more susceptible to market downturns or paying higher prices for machines, then lower LTVs may be necessary. And certainly your financing counterparties, if you're paying a very high price per terahash, will have less appetite to provide you with very high loan to values. Again, some of the other benefits of these structures is that in some cases you can arrange them so that you are either paying interest only until you receive your machines. You may even be able to pick up your interest, which means that your interest is added to your principal until you receive machines. In some cases, interest doesn't even start accruing until you receive machines. So there are a number of different financing structures available in the market from a number of different parties. Each have their benefits and drawbacks for machine order financing. We don't see the space going away anytime soon. We actually see a compression in the cost significantly, and we actually see it maturing eventually to a more traditional and conventional financing structure, which is trade finance. The term bank actually comes from the Italian word banca, which, and excuse me if anyone's Italian in the room and my pronunciation was terrible, but refers to benches because in a quarter of Venice in the I think the 15th century, you used to go to these benches and you'd sit down with these people who would finance your trade activities. So if you were going on a voyage to buy spices, you would have, and that's the origin of banks. That's where the Medici family built their wealth, and later on the Rothschilds and many others. So trade finance is as old as banking is itself, and trade finance is very mature in every developed industry, but it remains relatively immature in your industry. Typically, again, a trade financing structure involves purchases of goods and an instrument that you either factor or raise finance against with a bank or with a private debt firm. Often, again, these involve instruments like letters of credit, SBLCs, credit insurance, but ultimately what you and your supplier are getting financing on is the receivable that is due to them. This would help you be able to basically pay your suppliers in arrears, with them getting their cash in advance. So we see this as a tremendous opportunity. We have a number of insurance organizations that are willing to provide credit insurance against these types of lines, and we think this has the best potential of bringing the cost of debt and the cost of financing into the single digits for institutional grade miners. So that's where we see eventually machine order financing evolving into more traditional trade finance. It's also possible with traditional trade finance structures to not necessarily have to work directly with suppliers, but with third-party vendors. So many of you may have found challenges in financing machines when you're not buying directly from the manufacturer. With trade finance structures, often there are ways to structure around these issues and reduce the risk for both sides, both for the vendor and for yourselves in purchasing machines and when the exchange actually happens, but I won't get into a whole lot of detail. Another financing structure that is available in the market, but I think a lot of miners are more apprehensive to consider, and we think, again, it makes sense as a smaller piece of an overall financing structure, but it would be very risky to take this as your sole source of financing, which are Bitcoin offtake deals. Effectively, with a Bitcoin offtake deal, you are pre-selling your yet-to-be mined Bitcoin and receiving cash upfront for doing that, plus and then accruing interest on that obligation over time. The problem with these structures is they are denominated in Bitcoin. So you're locking in a price of Bitcoin today, which means you're effectively short the price of Bitcoin. And there's obviously going to be a lag between the time you receive that cash and the time that you receive the machines that you're going to be mining with that cash. It also means that you're effectively short difficulty. So being short the price of Bitcoin and being short difficulty is something that you obviously will have levels of concerns about. But again, we do live and work in a cyclical environment. So we think, again, having some risk, having some exposure to BTC offtake deals as part of a larger suite of different corporate financing structures can actually help reduce risk for a miner and ultimately provide another means of financing their development and their infrastructure as they grow. And we're seeing an increasing number of parties with large balance sheets of Bitcoin that are willing to engage in these offtake structures, particularly once we see more miners that are willing to take those structures on, then I think we'll see a lot more prevalence of it. But we think that's a source of financing that's probably underutilized given the level of availability in the market. Again, many of you will know that financing machines at the moment is a lot easier than financing infrastructure. This applies to both equity and debt. Again, it can be reflected in the pricing of public companies. You'll see the ones that are purely holding machines are having the best pricing, and the ones that have more infrastructure, more tilted towards infrastructure, have worse pricing. Obviously, this is driven by the different levels of margins that those types of organizations generate. However, we think that this doesn't necessarily need to remain the case in the future. As infrastructure providers become more institutional, they will be able to tap into more sources of institutional capital that actually will have more comfort in financing infrastructure that has alternative use cases besides mining Bitcoin in the future. Again, think about financing transformers, think about financing substations, in some cases power generation assets. So we think, again, as these infrastructure players become larger and are ready to tap into deal sizes that are 100 million plus, that their conventional sources of financing that finance data centers, that finance more traditional infrastructure players that will be willing to finance that infrastructure, and ultimately that the rates of doing so will eventually come into line, or potentially could even become cheaper than financing machines themselves. However, that certainly isn't the case today, as many of you will appreciate, particularly those of you who are purely infrastructure providers. Again, equity private placement, this is a relatively expensive source of capital, but will remain common, and for many of you might be the only type of capital that you're able to access. Again, this is selling shares in your company effectively when you are pre-IPO. Again, these are highly confidential processes. It can help you gain access to strategic partners who may add value beyond the amount of cash that they're bringing to the table. They may be able to provide access to better access to suppliers and so on and so forth. It's a relatively fast process as compared to public offerings, and there is an increasing market size given the high levels of margins that the industry generates. This is, certainly a source of attracting capital, but you will know as well as any of us that the pricing and the valuation that you're able to raise at when you are private, or if you're in a jurisdiction that is not considered a prime jurisdiction, if you don't really have a clear path to getting yourself on the NASDAQ in the US, it is going to be expensive and dilutive capital. Your existing shareholders are going to face dilution. We all like to use comparables and say that we should be trading at a certain price to pay to hash, or at a certain price to EBITDA based on where public companies trade. But unfortunately, those make for decent slides, but you're not going to get those types of valuations or anything close to them with equity private placements, because again, your counterparties are taking a lot of risk. And again, unless the visibility of you being on the NASDAQ is very clear. Again, that finally brings us to equity capital markets. So equity capital markets is, effectively there are a few different types of transactions. There's a traditional IPO. There are also dual listings where you list in multiple jurisdictions. You may start on a subprime jurisdiction and then look to cross-list. So we've seen a lot of miners listing, for example, initially on TSXV or TSX, and then using the MJDS to list in the US. And then also listing in other jurisdictions. There's one interesting thing that we're seeing happen is, as you know, Bitcoin trades 24 hours a day, but if you're listed on NASDAQ, you're only trading for a fraction of that time. So we're seeing a number of miners interested in and pursuing listings in other jurisdictions outside of the US that have different trading hours, that have different trading days, so that their stock can trade more like Bitcoin, closer to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are possibilities to do rights issues. There are SPACs. I'll get into key challenges and differences between IPOs and SPACs. Reverse takeovers, which are a popular way of getting onto the market, and were initially, the way that the first, some of the first organizations that got onto the public markets did it. But there are challenges in a reverse takeover. And we're a little bit apprehensive about taking this approach because you do end up getting kind of locked in at a low valuation, ultimately not wanting to sell your equity at the valuation that the market's willing to give you until you're able to track that liquidity. And unfortunately, liquidity and valuation are kind of self-fulfilling. So I think reverse takeovers will become less popular as an approach, but historically it was one of the only ways to really get onto public markets, and miners just had to cope with that. In terms of, again, other benefits of being public is it does reduce your cost of debt, particularly if you're large and liquid. You can get debt financing in the mid-single digits, even relatively low single digits if you're a large publicly traded miner. Whereas a private miner, you're going to maintain a high cost of debt. We are seeing an increased level of institutional ownership in the space. Again, I'm running out of time, so anyone who's interested in having these slides, just send me a message or grab my business card, and I'd be happy to share them with you. But we are seeing the Vanguards and the BlackRocks increasingly take positions. The vast majority of the institutional investors in the space are North American, but we are seeing increasing number of institutional investment coming out of Asia. We expect to see institutional investment coming out of this region into the mining space. You'll be less dependent on the US, but the US will still remain most likely your principal source of financing and capital. Again, this is just a highlight of liquidity and listing venue implications. On the left side of this first chart, the ones with the lower bars are the more liquid. It's become very clear all liquidity is on NASDAQ. Being on NASDAQ results in 5 times the liquidity for miners that are dual listed. Whereas, on the right side of this, you have German exchange, etc., where you have very low liquidity, and there's a miner listed on that market that unfortunately is very undervalued as a result of being on that exchange. TSXV not punching much better in terms of liquidity. Ultimately being more liquid improves price discovery, it improves the access to sell-side research. Unfortunately, public markets do not understand the mining industry very well yet. That was very clear with the recent significant decrease in dividend. We didn't see that difficulty decrease accurately reflected in the price of miners. Mining stocks remain overly correlated to Bitcoin price, this is a correlation table. Obviously miners will remain somewhat correlated or highly correlated to the Bitcoin price, but are overly correlated for the time being. Again, I have run out of time, so anyone who'd like to have a discussion, I'm going to be around the conference for the next hour or two. I'd love to meet any of you, particularly those of you who have significant mining operations and are looking for sources of capital to grow. We think that your costs of capital are going to be reducing, and we'd love to help you do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zachary Jafarati, for that discussion on financing Bitcoin mining. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for those of us who are here for the first time, for those of you who are attending in person or via live stream from all across the world, I'd just like to give you a little taster of what we're doing here, especially if you're a newcomer and you're finding it perhaps a little bit overwhelming with all the information, which is really illuminating and really informative. But just so you know a little bit of what we're doing here, first of all, I'd like to welcome you to the World Digital Mining Summit. This event is brought to you by Bitmain, the world's leading producer of cryptocurrency mining hardware, together with its partners and sponsors. WDMS brings together the top mining and energy companies from all around the world. It aims to build a better future for the entire digital currency mining industry, and it serves as a platform for new business opportunities and industry experts, as well as newcomers. So if you are new to this world and you are a little bit hesitant about it, we encourage you to network as well, in between the discussions, outside in the pre-function area, meet the people that you want to meet, and also gain some knowledge from them. They're all really enthusiastic. They want you to find out what there is to find out about cryptocurrency mining, and they want you to be informed and to join in as well. So please feel free whenever you are ready and at your earliest convenience to talk to people and have some information. It's always useful to have more information than less information. And so to go on with that, let us now present the next speaker, who will be All Roads Lead to Decentralization, Mining a Bitcoin World. He is the head of mining operations at Celsius Network. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Patrick Hollert.
Good morning. I'm Patrick Hollert, and I direct our mining operations at Celsius Network. I'd like to tell you more about Celsius. Celsius operates a mobile app and recently started operating a website for managing cryptocurrency assets. This is our Celsius flywheel that describes our platform economics. We're a fully integrated system. We accept deposits in around 40 different cryptocurrencies. We generate yield on the cryptocurrencies, and we pay rewards on the cryptocurrencies. A couple of important points in our flywheel are we can extend loans with cryptocurrency collateral. So a typical case may be depositors providing a Bitcoin and taking US dollar loans against the Bitcoin. Another important aspect of our flywheel is we offer an ability to take in-kind reward payments or payments in cell tokens. So if you're depositing Bitcoin, we can pay you rewards in Bitcoin, or we can pay you rewards at a higher rate using our Celsius utility token. We accept deposits in about 40 different cryptocurrencies at present, and we pay rewards every Monday. So it's nice to get an email every Monday with my reward payments. We have around 1 million accounts on our system. We hit the 1 million mark in September of this year. We have currently about $25 billion of assets on our platform. So what are some of the reasons that people are coming to our platform and investing in cryptocurrencies and depositing them with us? I think one of the factors is global distribution of wealth. If you look at how capital is distributed across the globe, about 70% of people are in the lower income classes. So people with limited capital just can't participate in investing in traditional asset classes such as equities or properties. So we currencies brings democratization to capital markets. It gives people with limited resources an ability to invest those resources and to generate capital gains and yield over time. So we think cryptocurrencies play a very important role in the future of finance for the world. Another factor is we don't see that sovereigns are always responsible in maintaining value of their currencies. So this is a graph from my own country. This is not something we made up. This is a graph from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. In 2020, the M1 money supply increased by 350%. So to put this in perspective, it took 30 years for the money supply to increase by 350% before 2020. And I don't see any momentum for reversing this. Our federal debt right now is close to $29 trillion, and I don't see that turning around. There's always going to be a natural tendency for sovereigns like my own country to devalue the currency to pay back debt. Another factor is consolidation of financial services. So this is a timeline that shows the mergers of the banking industry from around 37 banks into 4. So the economics of the mergers make complete sense to banks. They achieve economies of scale. They can lower their operating costs as a percentage of assets, and they generate value for shareholders. For consumers, however, it's a different story. Having a fewer number of banks and financial service providers provides them with oligopolistic pricing on their services. So this does not favor the consumers of financial services. So is it possible to change standards? We believe it is. If we go back through history, there are a series of empires that have created standards for the world and ways of doing business and transacting commerce. So the Portuguese passed the baton off to the Spanish. Spanish passed off the baton to the Dutch. The Dutch passed off the baton to the French. The French passed it off to the British. The British passed it off to the US. So what comes next? We believe the next step is democratization of financial services through cryptocurrencies. So where are you in the migration to the crypto world? Are you hugging your dollars or sovereign assets, or have you gone completely to the right and gone all crypto? Most of us are somewhere in the middle. I certainly am. I started investing in crypto a couple of years ago, and it constitutes a fairly high percentage of my liquid assets. So here we are, where everyone is taking a step across from the traditional financial world into the crypto world. We started with Bitcoin, and Ethereum is an important building block to that. So I like this graph because this was created 2 years ago, and here we have the crypto Pac-Man eating away at the traditional financial world. So 2 years ago, the crypto world was valued at $500 billion. And 2 years later, that's now $3 trillion. So our red Pac-Man has grown substantially since this graph was created. So who's the next country to adopt Bitcoin as a legal tender in their country? So we saw that El Salvador recently did that. And in my view, this is not an accident. In my previous career, I used to follow telecom companies in Asia. And one thing I noticed was that in the emerging markets, the countries had not developed substantial infrastructure in fixed line networks. And as a result, they leapfrogged the communications industry by going directly into mobile networks. And so what I see now is going on is the emerging markets don't have the same financial services infrastructure that more developed markets have. And I think we're going to see more and more countries in emerging markets adopting cryptocurrencies as legal tender. So we see Celsius as operating at the crossroads of the digital asset infrastructure. We're right in the middle between centralized and decentralized applications and various token applications. So we see ourselves as being a centralized company that is the front of the store while we operate decentralized finance applications as our back office or factory of financial services. So I'll make just a few parting comments about our view in the world. So I love to quote our CEO, Alex Mashinsky, and living with banks is like living in a bad marriage. And, you know, we have a t-shirt that says banks are not your friends. So this is a prediction. Bitcoin replaces gold, Ethereum replaces the banks. So we are also a member of the Bitcoin Mining Council, which we think is doing a good job of educating the public and providing information about Bitcoin. So I'd like to leave it there, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick Hollert. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next topic of discussion is Bitcoin mining and energy infrastructure. And this is presented by the COO and CTO of TeraWulf, Mr. Nazar Khan.
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank the entire Bitmain team for hosting this wonderful event and bringing all of us Bitcoin fanatics here together. It's good to be in good company. So again, thank you for the Bitmain team for bringing us together and allowing the stage to share ideas. This morning, I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about what we consider the energy and power sector flip and Bitcoin's part of transitioning to a zero carbon future. In our view, there's two fundamental transitions happening in the energy supply space. The first is a meaningful and sustained decarbonization of the supply stack. And so whether it's in the United States, China, or any other country in the world, there are fairly aggressive targets to decarbonize the supply stack. And with that decarbonization comes a significant penetration of renewable capacity. If folks had looked back at what the forecasts were in 2000 for what the estimates would have been for where renewable capacity would be today, they're off by a factor of 5 or 10. No one expected to see as much renewable penetration as we have today. And looking forward, in the chart here on the right, you see that there's about doubling, a little more than doubling of the capacity. And as we look out for the next 20 years, that will probably be up 4 to 5 times. With that penetration of renewable capacity, however, comes intermittency and the ability to kind of balance the load. So the second fundamental factor that we see is that we're moving from a centralized system with thermal generation where the load followed the demand. And so whether it was the daily peaks, as the day goes on and demand increases, the gas and the coal plants would ramp up to meet that load, and as they came off in the evening, those plants would come down. That is being flipped, right? There's a fundamental paradigm shift occurring in the space where now renewable capacity, which is intermittent in nature, the sun shines when it shines, the wind blows when it blows, and now we're flipping the structure where the load needs to follow the supply. And so again, it's a fundamental shift in the way the system is designed. And as we speak, not only in the United States, but in many parts of the world, all of the services required to support that paradigm shift of the load following the supply are being developed as we speak. And again, this is just kind of causes curtailment. We're seeing a significant increase in curtailment hours of that because of this kind of, imbalance between kind of the load and the demand. And so what does it really mean for Bitcoin mining? As miners, we look for reliable, efficient, and cheap sources of energy to power our facilities. And so fundamentally, as we look out, because of this paradigm shift of the load now having to kind of follow the supply, any Bitcoin miner out there, and this is, as we look out and try to identify sites, it's critical to understand the role, the load, the Bitcoin mining load plays in the node and the grid that you're located in. If we come in and become a burden, an additional burden to the grid, we will receive backlash. And if you look back, where Bitcoin mining has received the most backlash, it has been when it has become an added burden to the grid. But situated properly and integrated into the grid in a way where the load can become a resource to the grid, it will help accelerate the transition. And so, we've used the term as kind of Bitcoin as a battery. And so places of excess supply, hours of excess supply, Bitcoin is taking this local commodity called electricity that can only move, a couple hundred miles, and creating a global commodity called Bitcoin that trades 24/7 and holds value across the world. So again, as we think about mining Bitcoin, identifying sites, understanding that integration of how the load fits into where you're locating and being able to supply resources back to the grid, whether that's through ancillary services, spinning reserves, and other mechanisms, is critical to the sustained growth of the Bitcoin network. At TeraWolf, we've taken these two concepts and embedded that within how we've selected our sites. We are building, as we speak, one of the largest Bitcoin mining installations at a nuclear facility in the world. We're putting up a 300 megawatt facility at our site in Pennsylvania. And again, nuclear was one of those assets that when it comes on, it comes on. It wants to run at a base load. And given the intermittent nature of the supply, and again, given the volatility that's been introduced by significant renewable penetration, you can see on the chart here on the left that at least in the United States, more than half of the nuclear capacity was at risk of being retired. Bitcoin mining can really come in and serve as a base load to help manage that. And we see, this as being critical to kind of the zero carbon future, both in terms of zero carbon transition for the grid, in making sure that significant zero carbon resources stay on the grid, but also in providing a model for how this can work. Again, this nuclear facility will run 24/7. When the load allows it, it will kind of supply the mine. And when the system is most stressed, when the peak demand is the highest, that load can be extremely responsive. In most markets that we operate in, the typical response time is 15 minutes. With the Bitcoin load, we're working with various with various system operators and giving them an indication that we can do this in less than a minute. So the value that the grid can have in having a load that's so responsive to its needs cannot be underestimated. And as we look out in time, my expectation is that 3-4 years from today, in a meaningful portion of the value chain in Bitcoin mining will come from not mining Bitcoin. And if you think about that for a second, today we all mine Bitcoin. That's the key driver for our profitability. But as these systems grids evolve, and as the need for the resources that the mining load can provide back to the grid, people better understand that, I expect to see that, probably maybe up to 20% of the value that's being created through the Bitcoin mining value chain will come from this ability to kind of help balance the grid out. And we see, Bitcoin as a model load, as if the belief is that the load now has to follow the supply, and the load has to be reactive to that supply, Bitcoin mining becomes an extremely valuable resource. It's a model for that flexible base load that can be extremely responsive to any changes in the grid, and both in terms of coming off and also in terms of coming right back on. And so we see Bitcoin mining as a key factor in helping facilitate and even accelerate the transition to a zero carbon future. Our first couple sites here are in upstate New York in the United States. We're not too far away from the Niagara Hydro facility. There's about 4 gigawatts of hydro that goes by our front door every day. Again, it's a node that is long in energy and short on demand. And the second, as I'd mentioned earlier, is at a nuclear facility in Pennsylvania. Finally, I'd just like to leave you with our vision of what a zero carbon future really looks like. Again, the world is going in that direction. We believe that Bitcoin mining can really facilitate that if situated properly and properly reflected into the design of the grid. And so I'd like you all to enjoy again just kind of our company's view and vision of what that zero carbon future looks like. So thank you all again for taking the time. And again, the view that we have is that Bitcoin mining can be a facilitator for the transition to a zero carbon future. Thank you again for your time this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. And now, staying with the theme of Bitcoin mining, we go from Bitcoin mining and energy infrastructure to Bitfarms, redefining Bitcoin mining for investors. We have the pleasure of having with us today the Chief Mining Officer of Bitfarms. Please warmly welcome to the stage Mr. Benjamin James Gagnon.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ben Gagnon. I'm the Chief Mining Officer for Bitfarms. We are one of the largest publicly traded Bitcoin miners globally, and we've been one of the largest Bitcoin miners in the world for several years, powered by over 99% hydroelectricity. I personally have been mining Bitcoin full-time since 2015 because I'm a true believer. We live in an uncertain and volatile period in human history, defined by boundless fear and optimism, and powered by outdated systems and high-speed technologies. The technological progress currently taking place is so great, so rapid, and so disruptive that the progress we have seen and will see in our lifetimes drastically exceeds the progress that any other lifetime before us has ever seen. From education, commerce, communication, and culture, this technological progress affects nearly every aspect of our lives. And as a result, we now live in a world of abundance, with the most food, doctors, scientists, entrepreneurs, developers, trade, space programs, computation, information, wealth, and the highest quality of life ever recorded. But despite all that, it often seems that things are becoming increasingly difficult, confusing, and expensive. That all this technology that was supposed to make our lives easier, cheaper, and more free has done the opposite, and made our lives harder, costlier, and less free. Because of this, it is easy to become disillusioned, easy to feel confused and to be lost. But we have here today in this very room, and in every other internet-connected room and device around the world, an opportunity to fix what's gone wrong, to change the course of human history, and to create a completely new voluntary economic system powered by Bitcoin. With every year, as Bitcoin expands its reach across the world, it discovers new users, new markets, and new use cases. Its infrastructure, made up of both advanced data centers like Bitfarms and tiny at-home data centers, expands into new areas, develops new sources of power, and acquires new owners. While the appeal of crypto around the world can be attributed to a myriad of reasons and projects, the appeal of Bitcoin is always the same: to escape the ticking time bomb of inflation, which started over 100 years ago and accelerated with the dissolution of the last remnants of the gold standard nearly 50 years ago. With the exception of Paul Volcker, who was the only central banker since that time to try and run the system with discipline, easy credit and cheap money have quickly become the norm around the world. In 2008, staring at a financial crisis, the world had a choice: to do the hard thing and enforce fiscal responsibility, or take the easy path and do a bailout. Economists, politicians, journalists, and bureaucrats the world over said we had no choice, that we had to implement QE. They said that this would be a special event, a one-off, a once-in-a-lifetime needed fix to the system, and the consequences of not acting would be unimaginable. But they were wrong. It wasn't a one-time thing. It's never a one-time thing. Before long, we had to implement QE2 and QE3 and QE4. And over the last 18 months, the world has collectively overseen the largest expansion of credit and monetary inflation ever recorded. Not limited to a few countries like hyperinflation after World War I. This expansion for the first time in history was global. No country, no currency has escaped this trend. The effects are just starting to be seen now. Supply chain disruptions, low labor participation rates, inflation impacting every industry, every commodity, and every pocketbook. There is no way to unwind this. There is no way to taper out. The only way out is through Bitcoin. The mathematics to support Bitcoin as a long-term value investment are so abundantly clear and simple. Bitcoin's current supply is approximately 18.8 million Bitcoin out of 21 million. Meaning 89% of all Bitcoins that have ever been mined have already been mined. In the next 10 years, or in the next 14 years, another 10% will be mined. And the remaining 1% will be mined over 100 years following that. Due to the way that new Bitcoins are created and produced through mining, We know, and anybody in the world can verify, exactly how many Bitcoins have, are, or will exist at any point in time, down to a 10-minute interval with an incredibly small margin of error. No matter if you're looking at various commodities or currencies, this level of precision and forecastability is unheard of and unrivaled. Nobody can tell you how much steel or gas or grain or even USD exists right now with a high degree of precision, let alone how much will be produced over the next 1, 10, or 100 years. Bitcoin is entirely unique in this aspect, and it accomplishes this through mining and the difficulty adjustment. By adjusting the difficulty and resetting to 10-minute average block times roughly every 2 weeks, the Bitcoin network ensures that no matter how much or how little investment is made, how much technological progress, how much development happens with Bitcoin mining equipment or infrastructure, the future supply of Bitcoin is entirely predictable and secured at any point in the future. And while Bitcoin supply will increase at exponentially slower and more predictable rates, the supply of currencies around the world are increasing at infinitely faster and less predictable rates. This long-term trend is compounding, inescapable, and the driving force behind Bitcoin regularly establishing new all-time highs, and can be mathematically shown as infinite currency over 21 million Bitcoin. Bitcoin is arguably the freest market in the world. It trades globally and incessantly by passionate and skilled traders who have made Bitcoin an incredibly liquid asset. But as with any free market, it is subject to volatility, to swings, to corrections. This makes Bitcoin famous and world known as a volatile asset. But its true defining characteristic is its predictability in performance and supply. For the first time in history, Bitcoin provides anyone, anywhere in the world, with the technological means to escape inflation. And with this last year, Bitcoin is now being embraced by both individuals and boardrooms around the world as the premier hedge against inflation. Because the question is no longer whether or not Bitcoin is good, whether or not Bitcoin will last, but whether or not Bitcoin is necessary in a portfolio, but when and how to get exposure to Bitcoin, which are tricky questions for people new to this industry. What kind of exposure should you have? Which platforms should you use? Which tools do you use to keep things safe? Whom do you trust? And how, most importantly, when do you enter and at what price? For many people, the simplest answer has always been to buy and hodl for the long term. While this is easy and effective, this is far from optimal. Mistiming these trades can easily destroy your portfolio. And while the long-term trend of Bitcoin is clear and predictable, this short-term volatility scares and prohibits many new market participants. But buying Bitcoin is only one strategy. There exists another way. Like any other technology play today, whether it be Google, Apple, Facebook, or Twitter, data centers are what drives and enables the technology. Data centers are the largely invisible and irreplaceable foundation of the world, and as such are the most foundational investment anyone can make into its technology. Amazon's AWS is a great example of how fast the data center is growing, how valuable computation markets are, and how insatiable the demand is for compute. Last quarter, Amazon's AWS grew 39% in 3 months. Bitcoin mining is the exact same thing for Bitcoin. Bitcoin companies and projects may come and go, but mining itself is irreplaceable. It is the foundational layer that enables all of this. And as Bitcoin grows, so does the security of the network. Last month, we increased our Bitcoin production 12.5%. This is entirely a similar metric to how fast AWS is growing. Despite the halvings that take place every 4 years, which cut the block rewards of new Bitcoins in half, and the exponential increase in network hash rate, the Bitcoin mining industry continues to grow and shows no stopping. Starting from humble beginnings of a few computers, the incentive to secure the network has created an entirely new industry for compute, which has grown at a tremendous pace and completely organically. Despite the block reward being 87.5% smaller than when Bitcoin launched and an exponential growth in hash rate, The current value of the Bitcoin mining industry is at its highest point ever, currently worth over $21 billion, and approximately 60 million USD worth of new Bitcoins being generated through mining for significantly below market cost. Whether it is a 5-year-old Bitmain S9 or the most efficient miner you can buy and operate today, a Bitmain S19j Pro, Bitcoin miners are mining and acquiring Bitcoin with incredible margins well below market value. With fixed electricity pricing, rents, and labor, Bitfarms' cost to operate a Bitcoin miner remains constant. It is only the revenue, measured in BTC or USD, that changes over time. Operating cost means as the price of Bitcoin grows, so does our upside in margins. And when Bitcoin is in a bull market, the price of Bitcoin can, and historically does, grow significantly faster than new miners can be manufactured and installed. This gap means that properly managed Bitcoin mining companies function as a leverage play to Bitcoin. Typically, leverage comes with increased risks, but with such low cost to produce a Bitcoin relative to market prices and established support levels, Bitfarms is already effectively hedged against downside. But mining is now all about scale. While a single Bitcoin miner could have mined hundreds of Bitcoins a day when Bitcoin started, it now takes thousands of miners to mine a single Bitcoin in a day. This Bitcoin mining economy scale is like a Nike swoosh. It makes some sense at small scale, is incredibly difficult in the middle, and makes a ton of sense at industrial scale. Running 1 or 2 machines is obviously simple and easy. It doesn't take a lot of work, engineering, or outside contractors, and a lot of people can do this in their existing homes, garages, or businesses. But operating hundreds or tens of thousands of machines is a very different game. Between sourcing low-cost industrial scale power, designing and constructing highly specialized data centers and HVAC systems, training and retaining the specialized labor that is needed to operate, maintain, and repair equipment quickly to ensure consistent revenues and strong profitability, and the capital, market understandings, and strategies it takes to develop these farms, purchase large quantities of miners, and scaling at the right times and the right locations. It is incredibly difficult to compete with the biggest players in the industry. And why would you even want to? You do not make your own toothpaste, cars, computers, or iPhones. You trust large industrial corporations to do that for you because they can do it cheaper, faster, better, and easier. The industry is evolving every year, and public miners like Bitfarms give you the same exposure to this fast-growing industry, with all the advantages of scale and none of the overhead or hassles. This is where Bitfarms has the advantage. Founded in 2017, Bitfarms is by far the largest Bitcoin miner in one of the most abundant and cost-effective hydroelectric regions in the world, Quebec, Canada, where there exists enough excess hydropower to run the entire Bitcoin network, giving us a huge opportunity and advantage to scale operations with cost-effective, clean hydropower and multiple decentralized facilities spread throughout the province. But we are not stopping there. We are becoming a global player, expanding into Paraguay and Argentina at a rapid pace and integrating with energy companies while exploring new opportunities in the US and abroad. Bitfarms has over 4 years of experience building, designing, and operating these facilities. We have our own electrical engineering company, full operations team, in-house developers, finance and accounting teams, and an in-house repair lab. We are consistently improving upon our facility designs and efficiency over multiple years of operations and generations of Bitcoin miners. Bitfarms has developed one of the most skilled and experienced teams in the world. Our operations team is able to install over 2,000 miners in under 24 hours. And with our proprietary management software, we maintain some of the highest uptimes in the industry. Our executive team is filled with experts in Bitcoin mining, finance, electrical engineering, public markets, and project management that cumulatively have decades of experience in each category. Bitfarms has achieved industrial scale. We have powered approximately 1% of the Bitcoin network for several years and are currently doubling the amount of our farms, tripling our installed electrical capacity, and quadrupling our hash rate between now and the end of 2022, which is expected to vastly outpace network growth, gaining market share and generating more Bitcoins every day as a result. Bitfarms has integrity. We are currently the only publicly traded Bitcoin miner audited by a Big Four firm, and we have done so since 2018. We did not enter the market through an RTO or a SPAC. We walked in the front door with the Ontario Securities Exchange Commission and the SEC. We answered every question. We fulfilled every requirement. We didn't do this because it was easier. We did it because we knew it was necessary to provide confidence in our numbers and operations to investors when they were looking to invest in this new and emerging industry. Bitfarms has community. We currently have approximately 70% of retail investors, many of whom are long-term holders around the world, and are either one of the largest or one of the largest allocations of numerous Bitcoin mining ETFs. They have all picked Bitfarms as one of their favorite horses because they understand the unique value we have as a company and whom actively cheer and promote our company and brand in person and online to other investors. Bitfarms has conviction. We did not pivot from another business to mining because it was hot or because it was topical. We have always been miners. We will always be miners because we understand and believe in the positive technological transformation that Bitcoin is bringing to the world. Many members on our executive and operations team have been mining Bitcoin for years, experiencing the joys of bull markets and surviving halvings and bear markets. Finally, Bitfarms has a vision. We are here for the long term. With vertically integrated operations, decentralized global facilities, clean and cost-effective power sources, governance, auditable and verifiable numbers, and huge amounts of Bitcoin being mined and added to Treasury every day, and an 8 exahash end of 2022 target, we will be one of the largest and most trusted Bitcoin miners in the world. And we want you to be a part of that. In the words of the late, great JFK, some may say, why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why fly across the Atlantic? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one we are willing to accept, one that we are unwilling to postpone, and one that we intend to win. We are Bitfarms. Come join us on NASDAQ, and let's go moon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gagnon, and thank you to all the speakers that we have had so far. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of the morning session at WDMS. We'd now like to invite you to lunch, which is prepared just outside in the pre-function area and is brought to you by Bitmain. And we would love for you during lunch as well to explore all the booths that are just out there, as well as right behind, if you go a little exploring in the Silk Ballroom A, you'll also find some more booths as well to explore. And ladies and gentlemen, just a quick reminder to please keep your mask on at all times when you're not seated. And also, if you would like to smoke, please do not do so indoors. There's an outside terrace where you can do that. Thank you very much, and we'll see you here at 2 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to WDMS 2021. We hope that you enjoyed the lunch that was put on by Bitmain and that you will also enjoy what the rest of this evening holds for us. To that effect, we have 3 members of the Bitmain business development team here with us, so please join me in welcoming them to the stage. We begin with Mr. Murodjan Kamraev, Mr. Ahmed Ibrahim, and Mr. Christopher Manzano. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, can we get a huge, huge round of applause for Mining Division CEO of Bitmain, Mr. Clark Du.
大家好，今天是个非常美好的日子。我是
the Bitmain's CEO. I'm the Du Siseng. Since 2013, it's 8 years going through the industry. Our product is from H1 to P series. We have cooperation with our technician and our scientists. We have one of the most biggest supply chain to give the contribution in the field. Once again, on behalf of Mr. Zhang, I wish everyone here, all the people in the world of the field, to give you the best wishes. Thank you. Today, we have a new product launched. Kindly, you look forward to it.
On behalf of Mr. Jan Mehri, the founder, we would like to welcome all of you and wish you all the best. Today, we will reveal a highly important event, and we will also launch the latest edition and the latest version of Antminer. First, I would like to thank our heroes who have been working behind the scenes, the technical team. Through the efforts, we have reached this achievement today. We will soon introduce to you the new machine and the latest generation of the new machine. Thank you very much.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые друзья, партнеры. Bitmain благодарит вас за то, что вы приехали в Дубай, чтобы присутствовать в нашем мероприятии, Всемирном саммите цифрового майнинга. Мы надеемся, что вы установили долгосрочные деловые связи и обрели новыми друзьями. Жан хотел присутствовать здесь и встретиться с вами. Господин Жан благодарит вас за то, что вы являетесь частью этой индустрии и с нами.
Being part of this industry, and today we have an important announcement. We would like to announce an Antminer of the last generation, but from the beginning we would like to express our gratitude to our technical team. They are our heroes. Just because of their efforts, because of their skills, we can share our news with you. We are going to represent the new generation of the new miner XP.
Bitmain thanks you for coming to Dubai to join us for this year's World Digital Mining Summit. We hope you made lasting connections and new friends. On behalf of our founder, McCree Jan, we'd like to thank all of you in the audience, all of our viewers online, and all of us in the industry. Today, we have an important announcement to celebrate together. Soon on this stage, we will reveal the next generation of Antminer. But first, we'd like to share our appreciation for the real heroes in Bitmain, our tech team. It's only through their efforts and skills that we can share this news with you today. So without further ado, I'm proud to introduce our newest Antminer, the S17 XP. 让我们大家
Please let us focus and see the history changing. Let's shake hands with the future.
S19XP is the most efficient miner in the world and with the highest efficiency, only 21.5 Julian terahash. And this miner will be used this miner will use 27% energy less compared to the previous model, SP Miner Pro.
This will have 27% less usage and consumption of energy compared to the S19 Pro.
with 104 terahash and only 21.5 joules per T, you'll mine using
我们能节省70%的能源。为我们这个新环，我们让有全球最快的速度。我们很荣幸，我们能为在新的一个商店里头能来进行售卖。这将是我们未来引领潮流。如果你我们这个新款要购买的话，请跟我们的团员来一起合作。感谢你们来到这里。接下来我们很期待下一届的会议，谢谢你们。We have also one sample. We also have another sample in the other room. This miner, this is the first one will be there besides this ballroom. So you can see the video to see our data, and if you are interested in it, you can go to the next ballroom to see the data and the functions. Thank you.
Эта машина прошла долгий путь от нашего исследовательского офиса до этого мероприятия, и мы гордимся тем, что одно из них работает в соседней комнате. Мы приглашаем вас посетить
и испытать будущее майнинга биткоина. Если у вас есть какие-либо вопросы по Antminer S19XP, просим связаться с одним из членов нашей команды, чтобы получить больше информацию. Большое спасибо вам и ждем вас в следующем саммите. Спасибо.
طبعا كانت رحلة طويلة من البحث والتطوير.
It was a long journey of research and development from our offices at Beijing and reaching all the way up to here to Dubai. You can check the device, which is fully functional, in the adjacent hall. You can communicate with the Bitmain team. Thank you very much for your kind attendance today, and we hope to see you in the next summit. Thank you very much.
And we'd like to welcome you to come see the next generation.
Bitcoin miners next door. So we hope you'll all come take a look. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you, gentlemen, and can we please get a huge round of applause for Bitmain, who have presented WDMS and presented this amazing launch for us today. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after that product reveal, I am very honored to be introducing BD Sales Director of NCSA region for Bitmain, Ms. Irene Gao.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm very excited to be here to share this crucial moment with you guys. And very excited about the launch of S19 SP. And I believe you share the feeling with me here. And today, I'm honored to announce that Bitmain is cooperated with our clients to announce the carbon neutral green Antminers here with the first generation of S19 XP. The initial production of this green Antminers is very limited. It's only for a portion of the first batch of S19 XP. So we call it S19 XP Green. And we will only cooperate with 5 of our long-term and strategic partners for this project to show our commitment to drive the industry environmentally and recognize the value of offsetting the carbon in all aspects of our industry. So hopefully, we're looking for bring more and more production of our S19 SP Green in the near future. So we're very excited about this moment, and I would like to the host to invite our valuable guest to come to the stage and share the exciting signing ceremony with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Irene Gao. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special announcement to make. Bitmain is proud to be commemorating this WDMS by signing a contract with the following companies, thereby cementing their relationship with them further. First of all, I would like to introduce Celsius. Celsius Network is a leading global cryptocurrency earning and borrowing platform, which in less than 1 year has grown its total assets to over $25 billion. Alongside Bitmain, Celsius is committed to sustainable Bitcoin mining throughout the region, which has seen significant expansion and remains a critical component to the cryptocurrency ecosystem. And here from Celsius, we have the head of mining operations, Mr. Patrick Hollard. Congratulations. If you could please stay on stage, that would be super. Perfect. Next, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, go ahead. It's amazing. If you could stay on stage. Thank you. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Greenwich. As the first and largest vertically integrated power generation and Bitcoin miner, Greenwich is committed to developing Bitcoin mining operations that are 100% carbon neutral by building a portfolio with access to zero carbon and low carbon energy sources while investing heavily in reliable carbon offset credits to maintain net zero carbon emissions. Please welcome CEO of Greenwich, Jeff Kurt. Congratulations. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Bit5. And CEO. Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Crusoe Energy. Crusoe is on a mission to align the future of computing infrastructure with the future of the planet. By converting wasted natural gas to energy-intensive computing, Crusoe's patented and environmental award-winning digital flare mitigation systems deliver an efficient way to use otherwise wasted natural gas. Please welcome CEO of Crusoe Energy, Chase Lockmiller. Congratulations to you. And finally, we have Alt Global Holding. In 2017, Wall Street veteran and investment activist Milton Todd Alt III envisioned a company dedicated to cryptocurrency named BitNile. As executive chairman of the publicly traded Alt Global Holdings, Mr. Alt is passionate about disruptive technologies. BitNile's mining facility in the US is deeply committed to a more sustainable world and currently draws over 80% of its energy from nuclear power. Today, BitNile reaffirms its strategic engagement with Bitmain, the global leader in mining hardware. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ms. Dr. Frank Albo, Strategic Advisor, and of course, Executive Chairman, Mr. Alt himself. Congratulations. Would you like to do the group photo, please? Can we get a round of applause for Bitmain and its strategic partners? Congratulations, everyone. Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Irene, if you wouldn't mind staying on stage, please. Thank you very much. You're going to help me with the draw.
Yeah, I will.
We have a fabulous lucky draw again. Everyone's going to win today. And I'd also like to call on stage to help us with this draw Ms. Xiao Tong Li, Sales Director of Europe, Middle East and Africa and the Commonwealth of Independent States Region for Bitmain. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the second lucky draw event of the day, and I'm pleased to announce that we have some fabulous prizes to give away by Antminer. Ms. Irene is going to randomly pick a card from the box, and if your name is called, please join us on stage for the prize. So, for the third place giveaway, we have 3 winners who are each going to win an Antminer S19J Pro. So, Ms. Irene, would you do the honors and pick 3 names so we can invite them all up at the same time? You have to go deep, deep, go deep, go deep. All right, the first winner is Mr. Mohammed Jarkas. Is he here? Hey! And he's near to the stage. So you don't have far to walk. Brilliant.
I'm his partner. I'm on his behalf.
Okay, all right. We'll go with that. And then the second winner is Ms. Soha Ahmad from Hudhud Technology. Do we have Ms. Soha Ahmad here? I cannot see very well. No. All right. And the third winner?
Maybe I can bring up a hand.
Ms. Irene wants an Antminer herself. All right, the third winner is Anthony Chakaryan from Sisters Group. Is Mr. Anthony here? Raise your hand. There are people who want to win, they're all just standing anyway. No. All right. Let's do a photo op, please. Would you like to step aside next to Ms. Irene? Thank you very much and congratulations. You know, you're good. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call Ms. Xiaotong Li, Sales Director of Europe, Middle East and Africa and the Commonwealth of Independent States Region for Bitmain to the stage to pick the next two winners. Ms. Xiaotong Li, please. Now, for the second place giveaway, Antminer is giving two winners an Antminer L7 each. So, yes, please do the honors. She's done this before, you can tell. All right. Would you like to announce? All right. And the winner is Maxim Olkovsky from Shell. No, I cannot see. No, next name, next winner. And the next winner is Ilya Chikovani from Space Miners. Yay! He's got to walk, he's got a long walk. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And finally, I'd like to call on stage Antminer Sales Director of APAC Region for Antminer, Mr. Guo Yiliang. Hello. Yes, just 1 second, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand prize of the lucky draw, we have an Antminer S19 XP. So it's a big one. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you. First prize. Would you like to say the name? Into the microphone? No. All right. And the winner of the grand prize by Antminer is Timur Yak. Is Mr. Timur here? He's going to miss out on an amazing prize. All right, well, he'll get it for sure later. Thank you very much, Mr. Gould. Thank you. And thank you, everyone, and thank you to the winners as well. Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we resume normal programming. I'd like to invite the CEO and founder of Titan.io, Inc. to the stage to discuss hash power, the next great commodity. Please welcome Mr. Ryan Condron.
All right. Hi, guys. We gotta get the box. I feel like I should do a drawing now. We have all the names up here. All right. Thanks for sticking around. I have 15 minutes to tell you a little bit about what we're working on at Titan. My name is Ryan Condron. I'm the CEO of Titan. So let's get into it. So a little bit about myself. In 2012, a good buddy of mine came to me and told me about Bitcoin. He told me there's this thing called mining. I had never heard about it. I was very skeptical at first. Needless to say, he's a very good friend now. It turned out all right. He had started building GPU rigs in his garage in late 2012, and he told me that he had found a couple other networks, and he said he heard about this thing called Litecoin. And he said he started solo mining Litecoin. He said over the last 24 hours, he's like, Ryan, I mined 5,000 Litecoin over the last 24 hours. Now, Litecoin was only worth a couple pennies at the time, but needless to say, he paid off his equipment very quickly. And we started to research other networks we could mine. Started to run the profitability calculations, and that led to launching a site called CoinWars in early 2013, where we did all the mining profitability calculations, and we basically could tell people what to mine and where to mine. We ended up turning that site CoinWars into another site and ran about 80 different mining pools over the next 3 years, wrote cloud hashing software and all sorts of fun projects in the space. A lot of what we learned early on culminated in founding of Titan in 2017. So yesterday, on this slide, mining was really a hobby. We were building rigs, and at one point the addition in my house got up to 130 degrees because I had the door closed because of the noise, and it was a hobby, and it was fun. Today we've transitioned into the next phase. Mining is now an industry, and I don't have to convince the majority of people in this room of that. You are living it. As we start scaling our ecosystem, more and more hash rate keeps coming online. We keep scaling our infrastructure, and it's now a full-blown industry. Now, what's going to happen tomorrow? Tomorrow we're going to be graduating, and we're going to be moving into critical infrastructure. Okay, just as we saw in power production, where Edison, brought on the first coal-fired power plant in London in 1890. It became an industry, and over the next 130 years, power production became critical infrastructure. We're going to see the same thing with hash rate. Today we're talking about hash rate as a commodity, or hash power as a commodity, and how do we get there? There's a few steps that need to happen, but we are very, very close. But first I want to take a step back. I want to talk about the airline industry. Because I was looking for a parallel that we could talk about. How do you properly visualize where an industry is going to go into the future? And if I took you back 100 years, now the airplane was invented in 1903. The first commercial flight happened in about 1914. So if I took you about 100 years, it would be 1921. Commercial aircraft had been flying for about 7 years at this point. And if we were standing in 1921 and I pointed to an airplane and I said, let me explain to you what air travel is going to look like 100 years from now, you'd probably think I was absolutely insane. If I told you about the airport infrastructure and the supply chain and defense contracts, if I told you about airport security, the progression of an industry to critical infrastructure. You know, if I told you that people spent the majority of their life traveling around the world from conference to conference just to see the same people multiple places around the globe, you'd think I was insane, but the majority of you are living that very reality. Welcome to Dubai. I'll see you guys in Singapore. As we progress in the industry, we're going to hit critical infrastructure, but what do we have to do before we get there? Fix our narrative. Earlier this year, we had a lot of tweets go out that talked about Bitcoin being bad for the environment. We're burning electricity. We're inefficient. We're taking up a critical resource known as power. The reality is the narrative needs to change, and we need to educate people. We need to tell them exactly how a power grid works. We need to tell them how load balancing works. We need to explain to them that the renewables grid will not work without a constant load, right? This is education. This is things that we live and breathe and know, but there's a lot of people in the world that don't know this stuff, right? So instead they're going to poke at it and they're going to stab at it and they're going to naysay and they're going to say that we're bad for the environment and we're burning electricity. The reality is if you actually look at what we're doing, we are translating power into a new commodity called hash power. We're not burning electricity to get coins. We are translating electricity into another commodity. And that's what we want to talk about. We want to talk about how do we treat hash power as a commodity moving forward, rather than just thinking about burning electricity. We need to talk about translating it. Now, at Titan, I had to take a step back and I had to understand why am I doing what I'm doing and how am I going to do it. So these are the core things that we believe at Titan, and this is why we're doing what we're doing, and this is what we're pursuing on a daily basis. We believe in the freedom to own your own currency. And I hope the majority of the people here believe these tenets as well. We support a financial ecosystem that is tamper resistant from a single centralized entity or government, and we really believe that it's our job to build this. So we believe in freedom, number one, to own your currency. Number two, we believe that it should be tamper resistant. And number three, we believe that we should be building it. So how are we going to do that? We believe that we're going to do that through focusing on keeping mining of Bitcoin and other proof-of-work networks secure, optimized, and decentralized through better software. So first off, let's talk about decentralized. It's always a fun subject. Early on, I mean, 2012, 2013, 2014, we've seen a lot of mining pools come and go. If you look at the published hash rates right now on several popular sites for the top 10 mining pools, if we took the top 3 mining pools and combined their hash rate together, you'd have about 50% of the Bitcoin hash rate. Okay, if I took the top 10 mining pools, I'd have about 97% of the Bitcoin hash rate. That means 3 decision makers are making a majority and 10 decision makers are basically the whole thing. Okay, if you don't understand the significance of what mining is or why it's important to be a decision maker in creation of blocks, I suggest you do some research on that, because that's very important for keeping this network decentralized, for voting on the next protocol, for producing blocks. We're in a race where the longest chain is considered truth. The highest amount of difficulty on a blockchain is considered truth inside Bitcoin. So we want to spread out the hash rate among as many decision makers as possible. So with the Titan Pool product, we essentially do private mining pools for at-scale miners. Now in a perfect system, who would we want to have running a mining pool? The short answer, everybody. Obviously that's best case scenario. We're probably never going to get there. But in reality, if you're running a major mining facility, we think you should have your own pool. If you have a financial interest in Bitcoin in a major way, if you're a financial institution, we think you should have your own pool. Or if you're a large company in the crypto space, we think you should have your own pool. You should have a vote in the future of the protocol, in the transaction processing and block creation. You should be signing your own blocks. Now let's move on to hash rate as a commodity. Okay, this is where the Lumerin protocol comes in. So I actually wrote a white paper back in 2018 to address a problem that we're seeing in the industry. We were seeing greater centralization around miners congregating around the 3 main elements. These 3 main elements being 1, stable infrastructure, favorable government regulation, and cheap electricity. Obviously, cheap electricity being cheap. Anywhere in the world that you find cheap electricity, stable infrastructure, and favorable government, you're going to start seeing more and more mining devices congregating. All right? Now, we're not going to get around that. That's just optimization. As we move from industry to critical infrastructure, that's what we're going to have. We've seen it, we started seeing it in 2013, and it's just more and more and more, whether it be in Texas, upstate New York, Washington, Kazakhstan, Siberia, South America, Dubai, wherever it might be, anywhere you have a combination of these three factors, you're going to have a centralization of devices. How do we decentralize a network when you can't decentralize the devices backing the network? And this is where the idea of decentralization of control. I actually announced this on stage in Frankfurt, Germany in 2018 at the Bitmain conference. And this was kind of the initial idea, and it actually turned into the Lumerin protocol over the years. The Lumerin protocol is essentially a decentralized routing network for decentralized so a decentralized router for decentralized networks. It's digital piping. At a high level, if I were to explain to you what it is, it's a network of TCP/IP proxy routers that take their commands from smart contracts. It's a very simple architecture, but it has some pretty interesting implications when you're trying to actually do order fulfillment and moving around hash rate. So what's this look like in the current model? Currently you have a mining facility that connects directly to a mining pool. You have one decision maker that's producing blocks. Okay? As an industry, as we move into critical infrastructure, we need more decision makers in the process. That's decentralization of control, more decision makers. So what's the Lumerin protocol do? The Lumerin protocol is a proxy node. It runs inside of a mining facility. You route your hash rate through the local Lumerin node and it goes onto your default pool. You then create hash rate products or a commodities market on top of smart contracts. And now you have buyers that come along and actually purchase the hash rate or trade the options, trade the futures. If they ever want to take delivery of the commodity itself, Lumerin actually fulfills the order. It does the actual routing where it opens up a socket from the Lumerin node inside the seller to the Lumerin node at the buyer, and it actually transports the digital commodity from buyer and seller through a smart contract engagement. So how's that play out? Well, over time, what we hope is through market dynamics will provide greater accessibility to hash rate, right? So with greater accessibility provides more decision makers, more block producers, greater decentralization. This is the decoupling of the creation of hash rate from the control of hash rate. So now if you run a facility with 100,000 devices, rather than that being in the hands of one decision maker, you now have it in the hands of potentially millions of decision makers if you want to tokenize that hash rate. And that's really where we're moving. You know, what's the future of hash rate look like in a commodity market? Being able to actually treat hash rate as a commodity or hash power as a commodity. First of all, we're moving towards critical infrastructure. We're going to have more transparent, robust pools. We're going to have a decentralized hash power marketplaces. This is global peer-to-peer, right? No centralized authority can control it or shut it down. This is tamper-resistant currency, which is one of our core beliefs. And then we can move into things like miner NFTs. You could actually control a digital portfolio through your Web3 wallet of your miners. You no longer have to have a physical location. If a large financial institution wants to get into mining, they don't have to build critical infrastructure around running their mining facility. They actually have that hosted, and they can control the miners in a decentralized way, still minting their own blocks, still signing their own coin bases. Now this is when hash rate and hash power become a commodity. And this is what we're driving towards with the Lumerin protocol. So we're actually launching the Lumerin protocol, stage 1, in about 2 months. At first it's going to be built on top of Ethereum. Then we're going to be moving into our own blockchain that's going to be merge mined with Bitcoin. We do have a booth if you would like to come by and talk about it. I love to geek out about this stuff. I've been doing it for the last 8 years of my life. So I'd love for you guys to stop by, discuss power distribution, discuss decentralized mining, decentralized pools. Let's talk. My name is Ryan Condren, CEO of Titan. Thanks for paying attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the topic of lifetime warranty and stable hash rate insurance in hosted mining. We are delighted to have with us the CEO of Siberian Mine, Mr. Maxim Maternetki.
Hi there, everyone. It's a big crowd here. Sometimes it is definitely worth to visit events like this just to remind yourself how big the industry is. Thank you, Bitmain, for this. Give it a round of applause to Bitmain. Okay. What happens if your miner breaks? How long does it take to get an answer to your support requests from your hosting provider? How long does it take to repair your miner? How much do you lose if the miner fails beyond repair? And how do you even know that your miner is really dead? And how much money do you lose in the meantime when your miner is being repaired? Hi, I'm Max Maternitsky, the founder of Siberian Mine, a Berlin-based company running your miners on green hydropower in Siberia. And I would like you to present to you our hosted mining platform. It's not just yet another hosting for your miners. It's a fully automated platform with a very, very unique approach. You will have lifetime warranty for all the miners on the platform. We fired our support team. We cover all repairs, maintenance, and spare parts automatically for life. Your miners are protected with automatic failover, so your mining never stops, even if the hardware fails or underperforms. Fully automated marketplace is where you can always sell your miner for an easy exit. You probably see it all the time, everywhere, like making mining easy, making mining simple. Now everyone can mine Bitcoin, but how easy and simple it really is, how much time, expertise, and effort you really need. With Siberian Mine, it's really easy to join. Like our system automatically creates a pool account, adds a payout wallet, sets up mining and watcher link for your pool, and gather all the data from the pool, hash rate, payouts, hosting costs. You sign up, you set your payout wallet, you buy a pre-installed miner, and it starts mining Bitcoin the same day. No assistance required. No mining concierges, no waiting time, no negotiations or annoying salespeople. It's all easy and all automated. Mined Bitcoins are sent from the mining pool directly to a wallet, so we are not a middleman. And then you just sit back, relax, and enjoy your passive Bitcoin income forever, at least for as long as you keep the balance on the platform positive to cover the humble hosting fees that are charged automatically from your balance on a daily basis. What happens if my miner fails? It is actually the most frequently asked question. When your miner fails, Siberian magic kicks in. In our case, you won't even notice that the hardware is failing or underperforming. If miner breaks, we start repairing it straight away at our own expense automatically, no questions or invoices for repairs. And while we repair it, the missing hash rate is being spread across all the miners on the platform. This way, you can never lose your miner. Moreover, if the underlying hardware fails, you can still sell it at our internal marketplace as if it was a new miner. Since all the miners are covered with lifetime warranty and hash rate insurance, you can sell it at a higher price than you would get for the underlying worn out hardware. No mess with logistics, no relocation risk, no need to find a reliable buyer. Everything is smooth and automated. And it costs nothing. You can even still mine while you're selling your miner on the platform at the marketplace. And when you sell it, you get the money instantly. And you might be wondering, yeah, it all comes at a cost. Yes, if some miners fail beyond repair, the total hash rate may slightly decrease over time. That is what we call community-driven hash rate insurance. Every member of the community contributes a tiny bit of the hash rate to make sure that nothing catastrophic happens to a single small miner. We openly publish our hash rate stats every single day since the platform launch in July 2020. What is the uptime of your hosting provider? What percentage of the nominal hash rate of your miner is actually delivered to the mining pool over a month or a year? You cannot optimize anything if you don't measure it. And we do. So let me share the actual story of Siberian mine. How we were almost killed by our own growth at some point, and how we came up with our approach and that solved all our issues and challenges. And how firing our support team drastically improved our support. Back in 2018, actually we started in January, which is important for 2018 if you remember. We were the first German company to offer this kind of service to retail miners. Our business model was and still quite simple. We buy miners, we install them in our facilities in Siberia, we sell them along with a long-term hosting contract, we get our humble margin on sale, buy new miners, and we repeat. This allows us to constantly grow our fleet and long-term hosting revenues with every cycle. And if you remember 2018, it was called Crypto Winter. We even got to Forbes Russia to an article which was called Crypto Depression. That's not probably the page that you want to end up on. And by the end of 2018, we sold 64 miners. By the end of the year, when we had planned initially to start like with 100 miners a month, but we survived, and in the second year, it really took off, and we started to grow immensely. By the end of 2019, we had over 100 clients with more than 4,000 miners, which was a huge number for us back in the day. But this kind of growth has almost killed us. The model was easy to copy. We created the market, or at least opened it to European retail customers. And we created a lot of competitors, which led to price wars and margin games. But the biggest challenge was the operations. Miners fail a lot. You know that. Some models have a failure rate of 20% a year, like S17 Plus, as you might know. They're not always stable, require a ton of maintenance and consumables, spare parts, and if you run a big mine, like a mine for yourself with 1,000 miners, it just, if some number of miners fail, it's just a matter of decreased lower hash rate. But for small retail miners, each smallest failure is a disaster. A failed power supply unit or a cooling fan, it really leads to downtime, you're losing money. Then from the host side, you have to communicate the problem to the miner owner. Then you replace the spare part or take it to the service center, diagnose it, communicate it back and forth with the client who decides what to do, replace or repair. Then you have to track repairs, then deliver it back to facility, then invoice the client for the repair, and then chase invoices. Also in this as we say it now. Even though we had only a bit over 100 clients by the end of 2019, it turned into a nightmare, both for clients and for us. 2 weeks to get a support ticket reply, 50 unanswered tickets in the queue, and it was constantly growing. it was a disaster. I'm sure many of you understand what I'm talking about. So it became clear that the product is great, but the approach was not scalable for retail sector, for small miners, for big number of small miners. Most of our colleagues just started kicking out small miners and focusing on the big fish and joining the margin games. But we believed that kicking members of our community that we've built was a bad business approach and, I may say unethical. So we had to step back and brainstorm. We needed to automate everything in a scalable way and to stay loyal to existing customers. So we brainstormed launched a fully automated platform in July 2020. To the client stayed absolutely the same. But we've built the abstraction layer above the hardware. It still has a corresponding piece of equipment hosted with, at our farm with unique serial. A unit, if the hardware fails or underperforms, it has no direct effect on the client. The missing hash power is spread across all miners within the platform. It just exactly like an insurance. So also it enables that you can do on the platform. For example, it allows us to sell portion of miners with the same efficiency as the whole miner. That approach lowers the entry barrier for small miners and democratizes mining. Moreover, we created the marketplace where you can sell your miner to other community members at your own price. And it's safe for buyers since the miner is protected with lifetime warranty and hash rate insurance, and it is profitable for sellers since then like a piece of hardware that can be worn out or even completely broken at that point. It is a profitable, easy, and safe exit for your investments. And the most incredible discovery, we did the math. And we figured out that our operational expenses on supporting the repairs were almost the same as the cost of repairs themselves for the clients. Counterintuitive as it is, offering lifetime warranty and covering all the repairs became a win-win solution for us and for our clients. We fired our support team and improved our overall support service. Back in 2019, we had 3 full-time employees choking on support tickets generated by only 100 clients. Now we have almost 4 times more clients, and I personally manage all the support of my time. It simplified our internal hardware maintenance since now all the miners have the same settings. Spare parts became fungible and we can reshuffle everything. So we can now have a stock of common spare parts that we can use immediately on site at any device that fails. No need to waste time to negotiate repairs with clients. Our clients are happy and we are too. Now, where we are and our big plans. When we launched the platform, we offered our existing clients to move to the new approach, and they were happy to do that. We had around 40 early adopters, and since the launch, we increased the number of clients from 40 on the platform to 360. And our monthly recurring revenue, I'm pitching now. Our monthly recurring revenue from hosting grew steadily and made 5x since the launch. Our sales revenue made 100x, I believe. And we're almost always sold out. Now we're scalable. Our sales and operations are scalable. Our expenses are extremely low. We have an really awesome Telegram community with our clients who are happy to share their experience with more and more people, and they actually do the sales job better than we could ever have done, and at no cost. And we're growing exponentially now, but we have bigger goals, and we know how to reach them. You see how it works in our case. The in-stock miners that we have for sale in our store of pre-installed miners, they mine towards the common hash rate, which is spread across all the users. So having some excess miners will help us get into 100% of hash rate delivery, which will be a game changer. Completely new message, guaranteed hash rate plus lifetime warranty. I believe we are already ahead of competition in this field, but this will get us 3 more steps ahead. To achieve that, we need a significant amount of working capital. That's why we are going to reopen our funding round. We're looking to raise 2 million euros. So if you like the idea and have the money, please contact me. And together we can prove to Elon Musk that Bitcoin mining can be ethical, sustainable, and democratic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxim, and it's good to hear about the wonderful expansion of your company. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we enter a new age of mining. We are honored to have with us today the founder of BitCluster, Mr. Vitaly Poroshenko.
Hi, nice to see everybody in this beautiful conference hall. More than $5 billion were earned by miners in single October 2021. And if we take both BTC mining and the major altcoins, this is an absolute record. And looking at these figures, everyone realizes how serious the industry has grown. Let's see what else the 2021 has brought and why we can call it the beginning of the new age in mining. And first of all, of course, the global redistribution of the hash rate. In fact, the process started several years ago when most of the companies, regardless where they were headquartered, understood how important is decentralization in this business. But it was 2021 when the Chinese ban happened, and it performed as a powerful and ultimate catalyst. According to data from the Cambridge Bitcoin Electricity Consumption Index, the leading share of global Bitcoin network hash rate is now in the United States, more than 35%, followed by Kazakhstan with 80%, and after it comes Russia with 11%. All these countries already gained market share prior to the crackdown in China. Canada, Malaysia, and Iran also have a significant mining presence, leading to an increased geographic distribution of hash rate around the globe. Of course, this is a positive development for network security and decentralized principles of Bitcoin. We are sure that Russia has excellent prospects in the current situation. First of all, Russia operates one of the most reliable power grids. Blackouts are really an extraordinary situation in the country and almost never happen. Favorable weather conditions for industrial crypto mining. Most mining facilities are located in the regions with the average annual temperatures below zero, which can optimize the cost for cooling. And the last one, the abundant hydropower generation in Siberia provides a stable electricity supply at a very competitive rate. So what we expect next is that the current major players will continue to increase their hash rate shares. At the same time, we expect Russia to move into second place by the end of 2023, and after it to continue the struggle for the market leadership. So the ESG approach in mining operation is also something new which came not long ago. Quite a lot was told about the importance of ecological friendly energy usage, and we fully support this idea. Bitcoin Mining Council and Bitcoin Clean Initiative are early birds in the industry, which will help players to move in the right direction. I would also like to mention some fundamentally new projects which are developing in full compliance with the environmental agenda, and utilization of associated gas is one of them. When drillers complete new oil wells but don't yet have pipelines hooked up to gather the associated gas, they set it on fire, since allowing it to simply waft into the atmosphere would be even worse for global warming. Another option is to use associated gas for powering the mining machines, which can be installed directly on the oil fields. This kind of operation is widely used in the United States and Canada. And in cooperation with the leading Russian oil company, the Gazprom Neft, BitCluster has launched the first mining project in one of the oil fields in Russia in late October. More than 20 models with 1 megawatt capacity each are right now running at full capacity. They are powered using associated gas, which otherwise would have been burned or flared. Despite of all operational complexities of this kind of business, we believe that it can help to improve the carbon economics of the oil fields greatly. And so we'll continue to scale up this kind of projects. Talking about social contribution, Bitcoin mining industry is a unique purchaser of electricity. The uniqueness comes from the highly flexible nature of the sector in terms of payment method, location indifference, and electrical load distribution. Huge facilities are built in a very remote parts of the country, giving tax revenues to the local budgets and giving jobs to local residents in places where it's very difficult to find a good job. Of course, the local authorities support this kind of projects. So right now it's really important where and how the cryptocurrency is mined, and investors pay more and more attention to it because they don't want to buy the coins which were created with the damage to the ecology or with energy waste. The new race for efficiency. Taking into account the performance and energy efficiency of new machines, we see that not only the price of electricity is important, but especially the stability of the mining process is vital. New technologies are implemented in building the facilities. They are no more old warehouses with dusty shelves, but modern buildings with a well-thought-out engineering system. Next generation water cooling, improved software, and other innovations are designed to bring mining to a new level of profitability. Some companies are moving towards vertical integration by taking ownership of all assets in the production chain, including generation. Other players move to profit share model when building cooperation to make the business transparent and fair to all parties. So we are sure that this only combination of green technology and high efficiency which can form the future of Bitcoin mining. Talking about the regulations, as cryptocurrency's transformation from speculative investments to a balanced portfolio stablemate continues to gather pace, governments around the world remain divided on how to regulate the emerging assets class. But what we definitely see now, that more attention is paid at the moment, and no one ignores this industry. Regulation instead of restrictions is more discussed now. And of course, we cannot fail to note the position of President Putin that he expressed in the middle of October on CNBC. He told that cryptocurrency has the right to exist and can be used as means of payment. Of course, this can open a new, even better page for mining industry in Russia. As Bitcoin mining is expected to continue until 2140, all players of the market and the investors as well, they should rely only on solutions that are sustainable for such a long time according to its protocol. So thank you very much for your attention and welcome to our booth if you want to discuss opportunities for sustainable mining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boroshenko. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the subject of mining, lending, and finance, tomorrow's solutions. Please put your hands together for CEO at eToro and Minerset, James C. Rowe.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I want to talk a little bit about my favorite subject, financing and money. Most people never have enough of either. So I thought we'd talk about something that is an inevitable problem, and that problem is how to finance projects, both in the crypto and digital space. And I believe that my colleagues at Minerset and my company eToro have one solution for many people, and that is a new credit facility and fund that we've created and will be launching here imminently. So for most of you in the room and most of your colleagues have always had troubles financing, hosting services, power, whatever the project happens to be. It could be just as simple as procuring mining equipment. So having a solution that is actually a global solution is what we're trying to focus on at a new entity that we've named InMine. And it's a 50-50 joint venture between eToro, which is my company based in Houston, Texas, and the team at Minerset. Oops, that's the green button. Did I hit the wrong button? There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. The joint venture, as I mentioned, is going to be kicked off here imminently. A little bit of background about Entoro. We're a investment bank, SEC-regulated broker-dealer in the United States, a registered transfer agent. We also have a commodities background as well, and we're regulated by the CFTC in the United States as well. So I may be the most regulated person in this room. We also have a registered investment advisory section, which is where we do all of our fund administration out of, and we have a global valuation service along with, we have our own crypto mining company, and we'll also be announcing our own exchange in the near future. My colleagues at MinerSet have a strong industry background as a hardware distributor. They manage purchase, take care of logistics, do the installation, marketing, and operations of many facilities around the world. They themselves manage or distribute somewhere between 2,000 to 3,000 units a month and are active continually and without doubt one of the most active groups I've met in the sector. As far as Entoro and what makes us an expert in this particular field, we're one of the first broker-dealers in the United States to do a STO, a token offering. 4 weeks ago, Entoro was the broker-dealer to launch the first NFT as a security. So we've created a new asset class in the United States, NFTs as securities. For most of you, that's not really applicable, but it's quite interesting in the U.S. given the regulatory environment where that's going to go. From left to right, just a little bit of a high level, is our investment banking group, Entoro Capital, our securities group, Entoro Securities. Markets is our crypto trading and hedging facility and operation, which we will do a significant amount of risk management over in the next few years. We have a number of investment vehicles in our wealth group, and in technology we have one of the few integrated systems for Reg A, Reg CF, and Reg D in the United States. We are expanding and will conduct operations in Europe starting in the first quarter through Entoro Europe. We are exploring with partners right now for Entoro Asia, and we will be doing a number of things in Latin America over the course of the next 2 quarters. The last bullet point there is on clear rating. We provide many of the ATSs and trading systems around the world with the research on digital securities. Mentioned on MinerSet, the team is international. They're focused on the distribution of mining equipment, making them a subject matter expert on the mining equipment and operations. They have a group that spans the globe in just about every continent. They have a strong partnership with not only ourselves, but with many of the people in this room. You're pretty well known, and access to plenty of power globally. What's the problem out there? The problem for a lot of people is to find a financing group or a set of lenders, structured finance individuals that understand what the crypto business is all about, or even even the digital investment world. It's confusing to most people. It's complex to many. Many don't know how to do proper risk management in the sector. They don't know how to structure a transaction, and they sure as hell don't know how to distribute and fund it. So what we're trying to do is lower the barriers of financing for many of the individuals in this room, or their groups and their companies in this room. So with a credit fund, we will be able to also do equity transactions but really look at it as an individual and customized financing for whatever issue or problem is in front of us. Being agnostic to location, but really focusing on trying to lower the ultimate cost of funding for individuals and companies in the sector. Also being prudent on the origination fees, trying to keep costs much lower than what many of you already conduct right now, and try to also simplify in what I call, create a vanilla structure so it's not as not complex. If it's too complex, it becomes very difficult for both the lender and the borrower to get a transaction done. Try to keep it simple. Simple is always good. The other aspects where we're trying to create is high loan-to-value ratios, as well as look at taking equity risk or even participation risk. So what does that mean? So we would be set up to also not only provide credit facilities, potentially even equity lines, but also look at taking various forms of payment, being fiat or crypto. In mind, again, is going to be the joint venture. It's not going to be solely in the mining sector. It can also be in hosting. It can be in a number of things that are related to or support both mining and the digital sector. The real need right now is power and purchasing of equipment in the mining sector. On some of the other digital aspects, they're very different and be customized. A little bit of comparison of what we're thinking about as far as terms. These are just for the initial type of projects that we're looking at. Now, we can also do transactions. For those of you that know what that means, we can originate a transaction and then sell it down to others in the future. So we would actually aggregate the activity and then look to reduce our risk or exposure by selling it down to known financial institutions, family offices, etc. So if you break it down between miners and infrastructure, what we're looking to do is fiat loan, to do crypto loans. We don't mind taking crypto as a payment, looking at it as a hedging and or risk management that is satisfactory and not an issue. We would target institutional size. We would even look at startups and new companies, so the range can be quite interesting, from $100,000 to $200,000 loans up to $5 million, and then we would underwrite up to 50 and then syndicate anything higher than that. So those are kind of the general parameters. As far as the collateralization, most of these would be done through a lockbox structure, if you're familiar with that concept, or jointly holding the wallets. So we would obviously want to have a situation where there's known payment streams. The structure where we have margins, no. The most of this would be conducted on asset-backed lending principles and concepts. So you would be very traditional structures. In that case, it would be global. We're not restricting ourselves to any place directly. There's obviously some no-go countries, but those are pretty much no-go countries on any range. Size, as I mentioned, initially going to start in 5 million, go up to 50 pretty quickly, and then, as I mentioned, we would have syndication capabilities from 50 to $1 billion, whatever that would transpire. My belief is that this industry is going to end up using a lot of M&A money in the very near future, and given our background, we can also look to take a company public if it so chooses. The interest rates are going to be, I think, quite competitive instead of using some of the existing lenders in the market. The terms are going to be flexible. There could be anything from 12 months to 3 years. It could be longer depending on the project. That's very project specific. The loan-to-value ratio, we're going to try to keep that very high. If there's good production, we will take some downside risk. We will hedge out some exposure if it gets too great through the financial and liquid markets on the derivative side. And it would be on a non-recourse basis. So no one needs to, affectionately known as kissing the paper, meaning you wouldn't have to personally guarantee anything. So we're looking for, we're filling our pipeline of transactions as we speak. We're looking to conduct our first activity just after the first of the year, and would encourage anyone that has a situation that would require funding, financing, et cetera, to get a hold of any of the team here in the conference. We will primarily focus on the equipment and power side initially. So if those of you that are looking for support on purchasing of equipment, we have our doors open and would love to talk to you. We can be, the team can be contacted here directly at the conference, or I'm happy to talk to anyone offline outside of this conversation. The team is primarily right here on the slide. Myself, I have a power background. I was in the power sector for almost 7 years myself. I have a background in risk management, also was previously an executive at the World Bank. I've been the CEO of a public oil and gas company. I know a lot about associated and stranded gas, so have done on about $25 billion worth of financing in my career. Elias Fernandez, many of you know him. Elias is an expert on hardware distribution, great individual, knows the sector well, a true subject matter expert. Jim Musgrove, another individual that's been partners with Elias, fantastic guy out of the UK, and he will be a very strong team member in helping us on the review of many of these projects. And last is a colleague of mine on the eToro side. He actually runs our crypto mining group. His name is Mike Miller. Mike has run 3 power private equity shops in the United States and has probably bought and sold 30,000 megawatts of power in his career. Again, joint venture's name is Antminer. Doesn't take much. It's a combination of eToro and MinerSet, and we're very excited about the opportunity to help many of you in the room and look forward to talking and hopefully doing business together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rowe. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another speaker with us today discussing another important aspect of cryptocurrency and mining. He will be talking about better ethics and higher standards. Please welcome to the stage Managing Partner of Bitcoin Energy Group, Harvey Blom.
Good day, everyone. My name is Harvey Bloom. I'm a managing partner of Bitcoin Energy Group, a new startup in this industry that is trying to solve problems. If I may be so free, there's a lot of light here. If I can ask you a question. Who in this room here thinks that blockchain is the next biggest evolution next to the internet? Who believes blockchain is very important? I know you do, Charles. Blockchain is very important for the development and the distribution of wealth and digitalization for the world. Right now, we have a lot of gray matters in our industry. And I would like to ask our industry to think about a couple of things. And I will give you a few examples. So I would like us to think about long-term profitability instead of short-term. I'll give you an example. Everybody knows right now what's happening in Kazakhstan. Bitcoin mining took a lot of energy. A lot of people didn't realize that Kazakhstan had an energy deficit. Right now, it's getting colder in Kazakhstan. A lot of people need power, and people cannot have the power. So in my opinion, what should have been done, when you enter a country for crypto mining, get the country what's required in that country. So instead of taking the power, you would say, I create power. So let's say 300 megawatts. You build 300 megawatts together, and you give 200 megawatts to the cities and people, and then use 100 megawatts for mining. This will be much more stable, and you will have less headaches, and as an industry, we will have a much better reputation than we're having right now. Who agrees with this? Who agrees with that we do a better job of creating value into the countries and communities we are building blockchain and crypto mining companies? And nobody can do it alone. We need to work together to get a better reputation, to get things done, so we can help the blockchain to grow much, much faster. Another issue that we have in our industry is the perception of green. Who thinks that green is important for the development of blockchain and crypto mining? What is green? Generally, it's a label that people just put on their company as a label, as a marketing tool to get more business. In our opinion, green should be about making things more sustainable, where you share the problems and share the profit. There are many ways to become more green. You don't have to build a solar farm. You can compensate. You can do good in the world, you can get credits. There are many other things you can do to make your company more green. But what we need to do as an industry, we need to start now. Obviously, building a solar farm or wind farm or a hydro plant takes time. But we will have another issue. If the blockchain community and the crypto mining industry take all the renewable energy in the world, we're going to have problems. Because we will be taking renewable energy from people and cities. And like everybody knows, there's a regulation, the Climate Summit, which requires companies and cities to be more renewable. If the Bitcoin and blockchain industry takes all this renewable energy, we will get problems. Because the first thing a government is going to say, I don't have any renewable energy for my people, what's the first industry that I can remove? So in this case, you will not have created something sustainable, and most likely when problems occur or political instability occurs, we're going to have problems going to be cut our blockchain and crypto mining companies, and that will be a waste. So it's, again, much more important to create these renewable solutions with countries, with each other, so we have a much more stable political situation. And that's not easy. With any new emerging industry, it requires collaborations, it requires investment, and it will require patience. Another thing that is very inherent of our industry, our industry has a very bad situation. Bitcoin mining, we fund terrorists, we do all kinds of bad things, but as of this event, there are a lot of companies that are doing a lot of great things. They try to accelerate blockchain, crypto, and crypto mining. And if you really believe that the blockchain is going to be the next big thing, you need to invest, you need to collaborate with each other to make sure we all have better standards, that we have a vision, that we protect our industry, that we improve our reputation. All these things will allow us to accomplish things much faster and much more stable, and for every one of us to benefit from. So I urge everyone to collaborate with each other, to form alliances, to get things done much, much better. Our industry doesn't have a great name. After the last bull run, a lot of normal people are trying to step into crypto and blockchain solutions, but every time they're trying to do, something happens, or something bad's in the news, or Elon Musk says something, and they make them doubt about blockchain technology and about crypto. So we as an industry must form alliances to make sure crypto mining gets a better reputation. And again, it's not easy. It will take time, and it will require for us to collaborate with each other. Because blockchain is going to be very important for the future, not only for us, for our kids, and so on. And the fun thing about this, we have the opportunity to set the foundation to operate in a much better way, in a much stable way. Now finally, some of the other things that I want to address today with you, and I'm going to ask another question to be a little bit more interactive. Whoever has been scammed in the crypto market? Anybody? I see some hands. Yeah? One of the problems in the industry, because it's underdeveloped and a lot of people only look at the Bitcoin price, they step into a situation without checking companies, checking out individuals, and they cause all kinds of problems. Every day, scammers are taking revenue from our legitimate businesses, and we as a group need to do something about this. From my origin, I'm a digital marketer. I own like 400 domains across the website, and I did a poll leading up to this event. On these websites, every day I receive 3 surveys of people or companies that have been scammed in the crypto industry. Every day, for almost a year. The average scammed money of each request was $23,000. $23,000 United States dollars that was not spent on renowned companies that are attending this event in a good way. What's even worse about this, 53% of those people that have been scammed, they stated on the poll, I cannot verify this, but that's what they stated, they will not invest anymore in crypto or in blockchain. And that concerns me. That concerns me deeply. So every day, people are getting scammed. So I urge the industry to form an alliance to fight against these scammers and provide real, solid business solutions together. Now, if you have any questions or would like to brainstorm about any of these topics, you can visit our booth at Hall 2, booth T1, and I will challenge you to talk with us or to work with us to make sure, as an industry, we get better standards and operate in a much more transparent way so all of us and all our companies can benefit from it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harvey. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start with the next session, which is a panel discussion on the adoption of green energy into the digital currency mining industry, Bitmain would like to again thank its partners and sponsors, and of course, all the participants who are here at WDMS. Thank you for being here in person, and of course, thank you for joining us via live stream from all across the world. I would also like to mention that there are booths outside that you can explore, and of course please keep your masks on at all times due to the safety of yourself and others. There are a whole bunch of experts that we have had over the last couple of days. We've had US politicians, entrepreneurs and business leaders who have been talking to us throughout the past couple of days about cryptocurrency mining, and it has been absolutely fascinating. So I hope you have been inspired. And of course, you cannot choose a more apt location, given that Dubai is currently celebrating the Golden Jubilee, and of course, Expo 2020, bringing people from all over the world together here to make connections. And so we'd love for you to be inspired by that as well, and meet people. They're all super excited and super keen and super enthusiastic, so they would love to meet you and answer any questions that you may have. And now, again, just a few housekeeping notes. As I mentioned, please keep your masks on. And of course, there's no smoking inside the venue, but if you do need to smoke, you can do so outside on the terrace as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the panel discussion, which, as I said, is about the adoption of green energy into the digital currency mining industry. it is my honor, although I am also a bit upset about this, by the way, to introduce the next speaker. And the only reason I'm a bit upset is because he's apparently an alumni of the rival university to the one I attended. But we can sort that out later. And so it is my honor to introduce the VP of Strategic Partnerships of Hive Blockchain Technologies Limited, Mr. Iggy Lai.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I guess it's the last event before we can all go and have fun and talk to each other and network. It is an honor to be the moderator on this panel about green energy. I think the panelists are very important people in the industry and very vocal in the industry as well. So I'd like to present all of them to the stage. So the first person that everybody knows is COO of Phoenix Technology Consultants, Mr. Bijan. Round of applause. And round of applause for Mr. Russell Ken, Chief Customer Success Officer at Core Scientific. Woo, Russell. Next up is Whit Gibbs, that everybody knows, CEO of Compass Mining. If you haven't registered for the after party, there's no more space. Thank you for being here, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here with you guys, probably the most articulate people in this industry on this panel. So it's my pleasure to be here with you guys. I know that green energy has been a big subject in the industry in the last, because there's been ups and downs. There's been, a lot of like roller coaster events because of the green energy talks. So today, there's a few questions that I'd like to ask the panel to comment on. Maybe I'll just go from Bijan and then to the end, and then I'll just go back and forth, right? So the first question is your take on the current state of the industry, and what can you do? What can we expect to happen in the coming year when it comes to green energy, Bijan?
Yeah, so it was a strange year for the miners with what happened in China. The 7,000 megawatt basically shut down in China. So everybody tried to rush into North America to find the sites, and everybody has the concern that you have to find the green energy in order to have a sustainable mining facility. So, but if you look at the national grid of US, 7% of the grid is hydro energy. So we have a limited amount of power. So if I want to, I don't want to take so much time on this particular subject, but I strongly believe that the the people who have power in the next 2 years, essentially, they are playing a very important role in the industry.
Russell? I'm going to add a little bit to our friend from Bitcoin Energy that talked. This is my humble opinion. Right now, there's a chase for existing infrastructure. The whole planet has excess generation. We have excess generation all over the whole planet, more than we need. What we're chasing right now is infrastructure, and we're chasing substations and distribution lines. As we look out over the next year, most of that infrastructure is going to be taken up. Miners are going to be turning on miners at those locations. If we look out into 2023, 2024, 2025, what we're going to see projects similar to what our friend at Bitcoin Energy talked about. We're going to see projects where nation states, U.S. states, cities are looking at Bitcoin mining as a way to finance infrastructure improvements, and those are going to be renewable energy pieces. And what I mean there is a country or a state that wants to improve their food supply by doing indoor growing, they're going to look at Bitcoin mining and say, you know what, we can build a large sustainable renewable generation facility, use Bitcoin mining to pay for that, and then as we build out greenhouses, we'll move that into food production. And you're going to see that not only in food production, but you're going to see that in industrial development, manufacturing development, places around the world that need renewable resources and need energy production are going to use Bitcoin mining as a way to finance that. So I think, and that's looking way out into the future. Over the next couple of years, as Bijan said, we're going to see renewable energy being used for Bitcoin mining, because renewable energy is the cheapest energy on the planet. We like to say it's green, but it's also green for our pockets if you're a U.S. guy like me with greenbacks, because renewable energy is the cheapest fuel source out there.
Absolutely. Whit,
So,
what's your take?
well, I mean, I think we first have to say that Bitcoin mining as an industry is already doing a fine job of using renewable energy, right?
Yeah.
So hats off to everyone out there that's already doing this and helping to advance this more. What I think we will see, and we're already starting to see this, is we're seeing energy producers now leveraging Bitcoin miners to take this extra capacity when they're building renewable sources, right? If I'm a coal plant in the Midwest and I want to build solar or try to get into something renewable, I need someone to take that power. I can't power off my coal plant, but I have this additional expense of this solar power that I now have to sell to somebody. So Bitcoin miners become a natural partner for these facilities that are looking to move into renewables, which almost every facility or power producer in the United States has a plan to become carbon neutral by 2050 at the latest. But as they scale into that new infrastructure, obviously they're a business, they have to have someone to take that power from them. So Bitcoin miners become that natural partner. And I think we're going to see this more and more as companies really enact these plans to go carbon neutral by 2050.
Igor?
So what we observed over past couple of years is that mining itself, sources of financing for mining becoming much more institutionalized, and those players are much more focused on ESG and carbon neutrality points of agenda, because they are regulated, and many of them also looking a step forward, looking for carbon taxes on the product produced. And in that regard, they also oversee the potential for cryptocurrency to be also under that regulation and necessity to pay CO2 carbon taxes on the cryptocurrency and on the Bitcoin. So we see the huge drive towards the green renewable energy. We've been working from the day one with the renewable sources, and we stay very true to that principle. And for that reason, we saw the huge demand from the institutionals and from a kind of new type of Bitcoin miners and new type of investors in the space. And I really believe that trend will become stronger and stronger as a carbon neutrality agenda is getting a very up to date, very in center of attention of the politicians and investors.
Thank you, Igor. Romain?
So yeah, I think because we are in the green panel, I think it's important to restate that the use of energy in mining is very negligible if you compare with other industry and even with the global consumption in the world today for energy. The BMC, the Bitcoin Mining Council, as you know, which is an association of miners created originally by Michael Saylor, just stated a new study, and we showed that less than 0.1% of the energy is consumed by Bitcoin. So whatever we do, even if we are extremely effective and efficient, we are not going to solve the energy environmental issue that the world is facing. So I think it's important to restate that at the beginning. What I think is really important and very interesting, and what makes me really happy doing what we do, is that in our industry we are focused on being efficient. And efficiency is what defines us, because we need to be efficient to produce the most Bitcoin possible for the best price. But being efficient has also an environmental aspect, because when you are efficient, you are managing your electricity the right way. You are also managing your heat and your heat dissipation, whether you do air cooling or immersion cooling. Though I think it's really something that defines us, and that's why I'm really happy or energized to do what we do. And in the coming years, we will always be more and more effective or efficient. And I think it's going to be at least on 4 levels. The first one is on the ASICs part of the miners, mainly made by TSMC or maybe Samsung. As you know, we are now using 5 nanometers ASICs. We're going to go to 3 and maybe 2. Obviously, we will reach a limit. We will not go -1. That's not possible. That's not possible, or at least not on this planet. So we will see more improvement happening there. The second part where we see efficiency is on the miner itself, and this is where a company like Bitmain is doing an exceptional job as providing more miners that are more effective. The new XP that just released is amazing. 21.5 joule per T is a very good efficiency for running miners. And then the 2 other parts are what we do, we miners. It's how we manage our centers. How do we manage heat dissipation? How do we manage electricity? And then it's on the software part where we can understand better how our miners work and be able to fix them very, very quickly, while at the same time we can understand the different parameters in our mining facilities, such as temperature, humidity, and other different kind of data sets that we monitor, so that we can be even more effective. So in the next 3, 5, or 100 years, because there are more than 100 years remaining to be mining Bitcoin, I think we will just prove that we are more effective using more and more renewable energy. But even so, the Bitcoin is providing a new way to give financial freedom to people, and that's what we do as miners. So very excited and energized.
Thank you, Romain. Kevin, what's your take on this?
I think right now chaos is a ladder. Mining will still continue very strongly over the next 2 years. Since China cracked down the mining sites and trading in China, other regions will grow very rapidly in the next 1 or 2 years. Even I think especially the North America. But I believe Middle East will grow very quickly and play a very important role very soon. The second is remain decentralized is a key to the system. So we cannot put all the eggs in one basket. Just like it used to happen in China. China control within 70% of the whole hash rate, and that case in the bull market. If China government crackdown happened in bear market, I think most miners will bankrupt. Also we cannot move all the mining rigs to even to US. So Middle East, Europe, Asia, North America, decentralized is a key. And in the future, many central banks still keep the QE strategy. If they keep doing that, the S2F model, I think will work in a long time. And eventually, Bitcoin will be adopted by more and more people to fight against the inflation, keep their wealth secure and growing. Yeah, so Bitcoin mining industry will be the infrastructure and play an important role for a long time. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. So for the next question, I'm very happy that the panel here has strong miners from everywhere in the world, every region, because the energy sector has been very vocal about Bitcoin being too polluting and blah blah blah. What do you guys think the future of mining is going to influence the mentality of the green energy sector? So I'm going to start with Russell.
So my friend Darren was up here yesterday, and he spoke about the amount of energy that the world produces and the fraction of a percent that is used by the Bitcoin network. So yes, we've already showed that the Bitcoin network is one of the greenest industries on the planet. We really are. Our percentage of renewable and carbon-free energy is one of the best. But the real question is it worth it? And in my opinion, my humble opinion, there's 6+ billion people that are unbanked on the planet, and Bitcoin gives hope for those 6 billion people to allow them, using their phones, to start accumulating wealth. And when you start accumulating wealth, it creates a freedom. It creates a freedom of mobility, a freedom for families, and is it worth it? So we use a fraction of a percent of their energy, and we're going to give an opportunity for most of the world's population that are currently unbanked to be banked. So the question is it worth it? In my opinion, it is. So I think, the green energy that we're using for Bitcoin mining, it gets a lot of press. It gets over and over and over in the media. But the amount of energy we use is minuscule. The percentage of green is one of the best on the planet for any industry.
So national level, when we're talking about the politicians themselves, Bitcoin mining network uses compared to every bank, every army, every institution that is there to support fiat, we're a drop in the bucket, right? And the energy consumption of Bitcoin is a feature and not a bug. We want the network to be resilient. We want it to take a lot of energy to secure, because then it's not as open to threats. If we're looking at this from a long-term perspective, which we all are, then look, we're going to have this conversation as many times as we need to, but in reality, there's so many more important things that Bitcoin is doing for the world as a whole, that when we focus this much time and effort and energy on what's green, what's energy efficient, and all of this, when we're already moving in the right direction, it often takes away from the bigger mission, which is banking the unbanked, which is really why we're all doing what we're doing.
Yeah, so we're seeing more and more of these smaller countries being able to, use Bitcoin as a leverage and a way to get out of poverty and things like that. So, yeah, Igor, what do you think of in your country? Are there any green lobbyists that are working against you, or what have you been seeing in the last year or so?
So I believe the most important trend happening right now is that both politicians, government, and the energy companies, they become understanding that it's not like very short-term like opportunity to just use some unutilized power, but it's a long-term thing which is here to stay for a long time. And that attitude like translates to the approach to the regulation, to the energy infrastructure, to that energy companies right now much more focused on allowing power to Bitcoin mining. Even before they were kind of concerned that the short-term increase of the consumption will interrupt their plans, and were very hesitant to provide like green, high-quality power, core substations to connect the data centers. Now that trend is changing. More and more largest companies in the energy sector of Russia are opening their doors to Bitcoin mining, and more regional governments see the Bitcoin mining, cryptocurrency mining as an opportunity to foster the employment and tax sources in the region, and that translates very beneficially on the industry, drives prices down, provides additional tax and other not financial benefits to the projects, and allows better access to core power plants with sustainable generation, core hydropower plants. And I believe that type of institutionalization of Bitcoin mining will continue as the government and energy companies understand that it's not like opportunity for 1 year to utilize some power, but it's opportunity for decades to build forward.
Thank you, Igor. Roman, you're in Canada. There's a lot of political play in Canada. We all know. So, what do you think the Green Army is going to say?
So yeah, we at CCU we mine from Quebec in Canada, and Quebec is very eager to protect the environment, and in every decision they take, they want to make sure that we do it in respecting the environment. And obviously the energy that they have developed is 99% renewable. I think it's on the grid, it's 92% hydro, and the rest is solar and wind. So in every decision they take, they want to make sure that we can respect the right use of this energy. So we're seeing lots of people sometimes fighting blockchain because, as we said previously, Bitcoin has a bad press. Even so, it's been changing. I mean, mentality are changing. But one thing that is very interesting for me also, and the kind of narrative we develop with the politicians or people we work with, is to show them that not only we use green energy, but also that we use the grid the right way, because it's excess energy that they don't sell, and it's an energy that we use 24/7. I mean, we don't stop. We never stop. And this is the best use or the best use case you can do from managing your grid. They want clients like us. Not only that we are bringing more revenues, but we're also making sure that the energy that they were not selling before is now sold, and that also the grid is used the right way. The worst is to have spike, when it goes up and it stops, and at night your industry stops. That's the worst thing you can.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think being able to balance the grid is number one thing I think for every geographical region in the world as well, not just where we are. So if we can do that everywhere we go in the future, it'd be really good. Kevin, what's happening in China when it comes to the green lobbyists?
After we moved to according to the ECHO data, 40% is generated by natural gas, 10% is from coal, about 20 to 40 is from wind and solar. The key is the ECHO or the grid the task is keep the grid run very stable. And the key point is they can't remove all the spin generators like hydro, wind, hydro, natural gas, and coal. If we remove all the spin generator, the grid will not be stable anymore. So the Bitcoin crypto mining node is a very unique node even in the world compared to other industry, because it is constant, also very flexible node. If we meet the peak hour of the grid, we can shut down. Almost all the crypto mining farms can shut down in 30 minutes, in 30 seconds, I'm sorry. The more the flexible load we bring to the grid can accept more wind and solar, because solar and wind is not stable for the grid. Also, we can join the demand control. There's a controllable load resource. So if the grid meets some unpredictable event, the peak hour like a snowstorm coming, we can shut our load immediately. So I think it will help the grid become more stable, also bring more renewable. It's very good for that grid.
Thank you, Kevin. Bijan, how about here in Dubai, what's happening?
So, under the guidance of Dr. Du, we are working for the past 12 months to sort of bringing more hash power to Middle East, because it first helped the decentralization, and God forbid if something like China happens in US in some of the states, then we don't run into issue as a community. So we're gonna build a 600 megawatt site, which is fully green nuclear energy. It's first of its kind. With the help of engineers from Bitmain, it's a co-op basically. I believe Middle East has a lot of wealth, a lot of ambitious. We are a UAE company ourselves. We have seen how UAE basically rise in the last 20 years. So we strongly believe that the leadership is very proactive in a crypto scene, in the blockchain industry. And we believe that the regulations, as long as we comply with the rules, we go with the green energy, or we use flare gas. We have a lot of gas in Middle East, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait. So we believe that in the next 3 to 5 years, we can have 20% of the hash rate coming to Middle East. And that eventually help all of us, because it will help decentralize and makes the network more resilient.
That's a great point, Bijan. So the next question is also related to the regulations and policies of different governments. But have you guys heard of any in your geographical regions that's going to slow down or maybe stop mining in your area? You can start.
So the short answer is no, I haven't heard of anything that would stop mining, but in the United States recently, the infrastructure bill has been a big topic of conversation, and it's ongoing. Fortunately, in America, every 2 years we have the ability to change a little bit of who's in control of. So I'm hopeful that language to safeguard proof of work will be put into this bill before it actually takes effect in 2023. But as we've said, it all comes down to education, right? We have to really all focus efforts on making sure that we're putting the right information in front of those that are making the laws. And Compass works in 5 different countries. We're in Canada, we're in the US, we're in Russia.
You're probably the most countries of all of us. It's crazy.
Well, but across the board, everyone is very supportive, and it's a favorable environment for Bitcoin right now. I think that, you know, this wave has crested, and now it's getting to the point where governments understand that this is an asset class that's here to stay, and you can get behind it. But if you get in its way, it's not going to be good for your government. It's not going to be good for your country. It's not going to be good for your people. So we're seeing a high level of support in every country in which we're operating. So while politicians are going to do what politicians do, businesses continue to grow and thrive in the Bitcoin mining space, and that's going to continue. You know, we're here to stay. This is a fact.
Igor, anything that you heard of in Russia that could slow down or stop mining?
So, a couple of things here. So, I would agree that government is extremely supportive and sees the blockchain as a asset of a future, new asset class. And kind of a couple examples here. One which is like very like illustrative. For one of our sites we're building in the Republic of Buryatia, the Prime Minister of the country has signed the tax-free zone, so the level of support is very strong and very high. And at the same time, we see that the whole energy system in the country is undergoing a transformation. All the large energy companies are setting aside their coal-fired assets and preparing the plans to shut down that type of generation whatsoever, because they kind of concerned and afraid of future carbon taxation. For this reason, in many regions where there is some obvious oversupply of power, companies are a little bit concerned and hesitant to give that power away, because they plan several years ahead and sees that coal-fired generation will go down. At the same time, we see a lot of support in the region where there is a fundamental oversupply of hydropower. In some places in Russia where the largest hydropower plants were built many decades ago, and currently utilization rates of those power plants is below 50%, the government and energy companies working together to attract other type of consumers, because mining is pretty easy for energy grid. It doesn't create the peaks, it doesn't create the morning and evening peaks. It's very flat throughout the day and very easy to manage from the energy company point of view, from the energy grid point of view. And those are two factors. They are undergoing the transformation of the energy grid, and cryptocurrencies becoming the acknowledged asset class creates a high level of support from energy companies, from the government authorities. Russia is still a little bit conservative on cryptocurrencies being exchanged, cryptocurrencies being used as a means of payment, but we see the very strong support of the infrastructural projects and mining in the country.
Wow, thank you, Igor. Romain, how about Canada?
So yeah, I mean, there is always a possibility of more regulations, more interdictions, but I believe more and more countries and everywhere in the world, people are going to embrace mining. They understand the value of it, they understand why it's important, even at the government level, at the state level, not only because it's making money, but it's also good for your population to be strong in the crypto industry. As we all know, this is the future or where the digital world is going. But let's think one minute about something. Yesterday we had a US state senator who flew into Dubai to talk to us and asking us to basically come to his state. This is unimaginable. It's impossible to think that a few years ago this would happen. I mean, the first WDMS in Georgia, if you would have told me, Iggy, that a US state senator would come and tell us, I was like, no way. So I think more and more countries and states in the world will realize how important it is to have a strong mining infrastructures, not only for Bitcoin, but for crypto in general. The best example of that is San Salvador. I mean, they are mining Bitcoin with the energy of their volcanoes. They are giving Bitcoin to their users. More and more countries will follow. And I even believe at some point that Bitcoin mining will probably be protected by the army. Because it's going to be so strategic that you will want to be as strong as you can. UAE just announced like a mega project for mining Bitcoin. I mean, it's everywhere in the world. So I believe it's going to be
right here.
more embracement of crypto in general.
Great. Kevin, what's your, have you heard of any rumors?
As we all know, since this May, China government has shut down, crackdown lots of sites. So we are struggling, move our facilities all over the world to other countries. But for long term, I think Bitcoin is always a competitor to the fiat currency, which print by the government. So survive is always the first priority for the system, for the miners. We choose North America because it is has a huge volume of electricity, also have the friendly environment. So I think I will always keep survive as our priority. Keep the separate to different countries, different states, just in case any black swan event.
That's great. Bijan, do you have any new takes on what your government is looking into now?
So first, let me touch on. I mean, for us who we have sites in Canada or US, we are usually in a small counties. We are not in a big cities. For example, in South Carolina, where we are, or in Winnipeg, in Manitoba. So we create jobs. As long as you take care of the community, you have to give back to the community. If nothing, laws federal-wise doesn't change, you are protected because everybody in town likes you. You are bringing wealth to the city, as my fellow guys mentioned. As of Middle East, it's very new to comment on that. I mean, it's the inception of it. We believe because one of the key reasons Middle East will be the future is that in UAE, we don't have an income tax. So the government, usually governments are against crypto because they are thinking people are not going to pay their taxes. But here we don't have that issue. We are a tax haven country.
So we should all move here, right?
We love to have you guys here. But anyway, I believe, for UAE it's too soon to comment on that. So far, everything is going based on a plan, and we have in DMCC Dubai, you can open a company, you can trade digital asset. So things are moving in the right direction in a rapid speed.
It's great. Russell?
So I'm going to add a couple things. In the United States, we have, at the state level, well, let me back up a minute. First off, there's a couple things going on in the U.S. First, the public companies that are in our space have really moved into the lobbying game and the education game with our politicians. It's starting to work very quickly. We have not done that in the past. We've not needed to do that in the past, but we do need to do that now. And we say lobbying like it's a dirty word, but it's really just education. Second, though, is the education is happening faster at the state level. At Core Scientific, we're now in Austin. That's our headquarters. The governor there, Abbott's very, very pro-Bitcoin, very pro-crypto. Senator Ted Cruz spoke at the Blockchain Council just a couple weeks ago. He's very pro-crypto. The state of Texas itself has 20 gigs of excess generation on its grid that's currently unused just in West Texas. So that's at a state level. States like Wyoming have passed real meaningful banking laws, and they've got it into the UCC, the Uniform Commercial Code. And what that means for folks outside the United States is if a state passes certain commercial laws for interstate commerce and other states start passing it, once enough states have passed it, there's not really much the federal government can do. Because in the states, if it's not part of the Constitution, it really doesn't fall on the federal government. If they try to suppress something that states are already doing, it goes to court and it gets thrown out. So if more and more states like Wyoming and Texas, South Carolina, where I live, where our friend here has a facility one day, as they become more and more pro-digital asset and pro-Bitcoin, it's going to be harder for the federal government to change really any legislation. So I think, at least in the United States, I'm very comfortable that we're going to be in great shape. I will say that in my humble opinion, I love seeing the network across the whole globe. It's better for the network to be global. It means you're going to have a bigger user base. If folks know that their network is secure because, if they live in Central South America, or they live here in the Middle East, or they live in China or Russia, and they know that their network at least can be secured geographically close to them, then we're going to have more and more users. So I think it's a good thing for the Bitcoin network.
Speaking of more users, the more secure, the more users, and the higher the price goes, right? So, yeah. We have time for one last question. The last question is about the strategies your company and your team is doing to boost the operation efficiency of your mining. I'd like to expand the question to also talk about how you want to help your local community as well, the people around you, to make it like a greener project. So I'd like to start with Igor on that one.
It's a really good question. So talking about the strategies, efficiency, for us, the biggest challenge was always to boost the speed of the construction and delivery the capacity to our partners, to our customers. And here we figured out the best strategy, which also plays to many other dimensions, to many other angles. It's the education in a broader sense of that word. We spend a lot of efforts to educate local authorities, regional authorities, the central authorities, the energy companies. And we see the regions where we pay the most attention to educate, and where the information we provide gets more received. The speed of construction is getting much faster because the complex project of Bitcoin mining it depends on many stakeholders, and when all of those stakeholders are in agreement that we are building for future and what we're doing is ecologically friendly, it's good for society, it helps to utilize unutilized power. It doesn't create any stress on the grid. It doesn't create any stress on the local authorities and so on. In the places where we were most successful in educating people, the speed of construction is getting up several times, and overall operational efficiency in those regions is getting much higher. So capital is not frozen in the long construction strategies. The sites delivered on schedule. The operation is supported. The collaboration with local educational institutions, with the universities, is the strongest. So right now, for us, the biggest strategy is to educate regions we work with, educate companies we work with, and educate the federal ministries, educate the central government about cryptocurrencies, about blockchain, about mining. Because I believe for us it's the investment with the highest ROI, because it allows us to build much faster, it allows us to deliver much cheaper, and overall, this is a core strategy. I will not talk about technical details and technical strategies to increase the efficiencies, but for us, the most important strategy so far was to work with all the stakeholders and educate them, because we are working in a very new and emerging industry, and it's really important to pay attention to our stakeholders and giving them information and proper education.
Thanks, Igor. Romain, so operation efficiency and local community enrichment?
Yeah, I mean, also there are only 3 million more Bitcoin to be found. So we want to go as big and as fast as possible to be able to find the most of it. As Ben was saying earlier, only 2 million that will be found in the next 10 years. So the idea for us is really to grow our operation as much as possible. That's why we decided to get listed on the TS6V under the ticker SATO, S-A-T-O. In order to get more capital and to grow our operation, always respecting an ESG approach and using renewable energy. But one thing that is getting me really excited is, I mean, of course, the core business, mining Bitcoin, being efficient, having history, knowledge, team, and everything, that's our core business, we're going to do it. But one thing that makes me really excited is a Lightning Network, because a Lightning Network is a financial system based on top or under the Bitcoin network that we miners secures. And I think it will be the next massive adoption that will bring Bitcoin to the next level of use everywhere in the world. Again, it's already happening in Salvador. People are using Bitcoin. Circular economy, and that's very interesting because you're not feeling that you are spending your Bitcoin. We all have this memory of the 2 pizzas bought for 10,000 Bitcoin. That's $600 million. That's lots of pizza. So people, for some time, they were like, okay, I don't want to spend my Bitcoin, but with the Lightning Network in a circular economy, you start using your sats to pass things, but also to receive sats for different miners. It makes sense to develop this technology because more usage means more Bitcoin and a faster adoption.
Great, thank you, Romain. Kevin?
Strategies for the facilities construction and operation. Developing new type of cooling system like a immersion cooling and a water cooling system. We are trying to use the lake as the part of the cooling system, so we can run these miner rigs very stable, even extend their lifespan to 20 to 30%. Also, we optimizing the supply chain. Right now, everyone is suffering from the global supply chain. If even you order a small transformer, you need to wait 6 months. We order the 300 low voltage transformers before we. So we are lucky. We are no China, so we can use that advantage as a part of us. Strategy for the energy. We in-depth use of study of Texas deregulated electricity market and the trading rules. And we use the most experienced power manager team, utilize the most efficient electricity trading portfolio. For the long term, we buy extra land beside our sites, so we are planning to put more solar panels in our sites, increase the renewable energy percentage of our sites. For the policy, taking social responsibility, we hire local people, local workers, officers, provide jobs and help them to we try to donate some equipment to the local school, hospital to improve their lives, because as a matter of fact, our industry is still a very profitable industry.
Yeah, we have to give back. It's very important. Bijan, how do you operate efficiently, and what do you do for the local community?
So usually I tell the guys nowadays is walk the walk one step at a time. Currently, a lot of things are different. As my dear friend Kevin mentioned, if you want to build a site, you have to order your stuff 6 months, 7 months. There is a lead time, and the shipping cost all around the world because of the pandemic has increased substantially. So as a mining company now, you need to coordinate everything. You need to coordinate every stage of the game, so you stay ahead of the curve. At the same time, as again Kevin mentioned, so the new systems like H3 Antminers that uses water cooling system, they are more efficient, they are much more reliable as an operation, and they have a more turnaround time when it comes to the site. And as of giving back to the community, as I mentioned before, you have to do something that you are feeling you're welcome, basically. So you have to give back to the community, as Kevin said. Either you become a sponsor of the hockey team in Canada because it's very popular for them, or build something, or definitely hire local people. So that is basically the strategy for the next year.
That's great, thank you. Russell, are you building greenhouses?
First off, I love this industry, the mining piece of it, because it is where the digital world and the real world interact and they meet each other. And we do affect lives. And Bishan said, we're in a lot of small communities, and we're in small communities where the population is lower, and we come in and we hire folks, we pay them well, they buy homes, they buy new cars. It is really, it's a great thing. And if you come visiting our facilities, we have a very good relationship with all the local folks, all the town councils, the police, the fire departments. We sponsor soccer fields, we do the school bake-offs, all that kind of stuff. In the world of optimizations, right now we have a little over 500 megawatts of miners running. We do that with 150 employees. 20% of those employees are R&D and software, so we consider ourselves an optimized company. We optimize the way we operate. Most of that is software related. And it doesn't mean we don't hire people. We do hire people, but we're not one of those folks, we're not in an industry where you're going to hire thousands of people, but you're going to hire some local folks and pay them well. So that's what we do.
Great. Last but not least, Whip.
So I'm going to talk about the plebs a little bit, since I know I'm on stage with a bunch of very big mining interests, and we have the privilege of partnering with just about everyone on stage. I think Compass customers are either in facilities operated by these gentlemen, purchasing machines from these gentlemen, or using mining pools operated by the distinguished panelists. But you got to connect before you can pool. We're in an industry right now where we often, Bitcoiners tend to be the smartest people in a lot of rooms, but being smart doesn't always win people to your way of thinking. So where Compass comes in and our focus on how we can increase our operational efficiency, we'll continue to work with great partners like we have on this stage, but we're going to be building an office in Austin, Texas that's going to be dedicated just to content and media, and we're going to focus on getting out to more facilities, doing quality pieces like the Navajo Indian piece that our team did recently, where we talk about the good that Bitcoin mining is bringing into communities. We're going to continue to ramp up our team and hire more Bitcoiners, and we're going to take a bigger footprint in facilities, because if you think about it like this, every 100 megawatt facility that is built by an industrial miner, that's one voice, right? If Compass has a 100 megawatt facility, that's 30,000 voices. 30,000 potential customers for one 100 megawatt facility. So you want to talk about how we feel that we can further the advancement of Bitcoin? We want hundreds of thousands and millions of miners running one machine who are fans of Bitcoin, believers in mining, and then when a headline comes out that says that Bitcoin is destroying the environment, we don't have to say anything, because everyone else will rise up and stop reading these publications that produce this drivel over and over again. Right? So we will take away their user base by educating and empowering more people to mining. And that's, so that's what it comes down to.
You want to take away the fake news, basically. Yeah?
What's that?
You want to take away the fake news, basically.
Well, I mean, look, you don't have to take it away. Just
don't have to say anything.
Help people stop reading it. You know?
So, thank you very much, Mr. Panelists. It was a great conversation. We spent like the hour just went away like really quickly. I'd like to ask everybody to give a big applause to our panelists, Bijan, Russell, Willame, and Kevin. And I'm Iggy Lai from Hive Blockchain. I'd like to thank Bitmain, and we'll see you next year, I guess.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iggy Lai, and all our panelists for today. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the World Digital Mining Summit 2021, brought to you by Bitmain. As the mining industry embarks on a new journey, further maturing as an industry, it is truly incredible to see the developments that have gone into it over the years, and also to look forward to its progress into the future. Bitmain, as the world's leading manufacturer of cryptocurrency mining equipment, continues to be a market leader and firm supporter of the industry. Bitmain would like to once again, and with no lesser sentiment, thank its partners and sponsors, and of course all of you for being here with us either in person or online. Thank you very much for being here with us, and we hope to see you at the next WDMS. Thank you very much. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Thank you.